trips of the year. They headed up and down the West Coast, and they came away with a highly successful 6-4 record. And now, the Birds are ready to return home. For the first time since the All-Star break, they take on the Angels. The homestand starts now. The Orioles en masse, and in what seems like an eternity, the Orioles are finally back home, and the home fans out to see them here tonight as the Angels are in town for the first of three. The Orioles taking 2 out of 3 against the Angels on the West Coast. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Thorne, and welcome. The Angels mighty happy to be home after a day off yesterday to rest and regroup. They take on an Angels team that didn't even get that day off, really. Angels came in here on Sunday. That's how important they think this trip is to them. They didn't take the extra day at home. Wanted to get acclimated. Well, they need to get acclimated against a team right now that has a chance at its best month of the year. The Orioles right now 15-7 in July. Take a look at how they're getting it done. What's amazing is the numbers you're looking at are really consistent with what they have done on the season. Here in this month, they are 5-4 in one-run games, 4-0 record in two-run games, best in the American League. Their differential on the month is 19, 6th best, and they have 6 come-from-behind wins, tied for 4th in the American League. And in extra inning ball games, they have gone 5-0 here in July. That means the games have been tough, Mike Mordick, and the Orioles have won them.
They sure have, and I'll tell you the biggest key and the biggest improvement for the Orioles has been the pitching. I mean, their starting pitching has really settled in. All 5 starters have done a fabulous job, and now Kevin Gausman certainly has emerged to help that rotation solidify, but the bullpen has been outstanding, and their defense has been extra special. Just like last year, that historic defense they put together, they're doing much of the same this year. First in all of baseball in fielding percentage, only 48 errors this season, so playing fabulous. The pitchers trust them. They're putting the ball in play. The guys are catching the ball. The offense hasn't really been as thunderous as it has been in the past couple months, but the defense is there. So keeping the team close, bullpen closes the door. They're winning these tight ball games, and it's helping them to a very successful month.
And what you put all that together, Mike, what you end up with is they found a way to win in both situations. First, it was the big bombs and the home run and lots of runs. Now it's pitching and defense. You love that if you can get all of that put together. And it's not going to be any easier. The American League East, for a while, people were saying, oh, the American League East isn't that good anymore. We'll take a look. Month of July, all of the teams have been hot in the American League East. The Rays are 16-5. Orioles, Yankees, Blue Jays, all of them above 500 this month. Red Sox 10-13. It won't get any easier.
It will not get any easier. The Rays, they're not going to say goodbye. I mean, they had a great month of July, continuing to play great baseball. And the Blue Jays, even though they started slow, they're finishing this month up strong.
So it'll be a great finish for fans and a lot of great games to watch, including this one tonight. Great to have you with us. It's the Angels and the Orioles, game 1 of 3 coming up. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. And by AT&T, mobilizing your world. Real fine crowd on hand for the opener here on this Tuesday night. Take a look at our train game time temperature, 76 degrees. Unbelievably cool weather for this time of year. In fact, a record low set here in Baltimore last night. Visit trainsearch.com to find your local train comfort specialist dealer. It's hard to stop a train, really hard. Here's the starting lineup for the second best record team in baseball, 63-41. They'll have Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols, Hamilton, Ibar, and Kendrick, Navarro, Freeze, and Conger. Howie Kendrick having an outstanding offensive month.
And let's take a look at Chris Tillman's pitch arsenal this season. That fastball at 53% of the time. Breaking ball, it's got that big 12-6 curve, using it 35% of the time. And the changeup, a very effective pitch off his fastball, 12% of the time for Tillman. I'll tell you, he has been lights out here recently. Better command of all of his stuff. 22 starts this season, 7 wins on the season. That earned run average continues to come down, 3.92 right now. 131 innings pitched on the year, so he's looking to approach 200 again this season. 83 punch-outs with the 51 walks. Opponents hitting 247 overall. Lefties up to 254, and the righties at 237. He has given up the 13 home runs, but that number has come down as well. You know, the last couple months here, he got off to a rough start in June, but he has been really solid his last 9 outings, averaging well over 6 innings pitched, keeping his team in the game. Just needs a little extra run support to get those wins up.
And we are underway as Cole Calhoun takes the first pitch for a strike. One of the game's best leadoff batters, hitting at 290 and 11 home runs. He has a 1 for 3 off Chris Tillman. Machado's in at third base. There's the off-speed delivery, and that too is in there for a strike. This is a rematch of the last outing for Tillman. Last outing came in the 23rd against the Angels. Non-decision and a fine start. 1 run, 5 hits over 6 innings. And Jared Weaver, who's pitching tonight, was the opposing pitcher and winner in that ball game. And that one on a breaking ball inside is fouled off.
Well, that breaking ball has come up big for Chris Tillman. There were some inconsistencies for Tillman through the first couple months of the season. Really, there were some ball games where he did have to file that breaking ball, just didn't have command of it. Recently, a lot better command actually of the curve and his fastball, driving it downhill at the bottom of the zone.
Retiring 72% of leadoff batters, a very good number on the year. Calhoun will take a comment. Another leadoff batter is retired. Tillman gets the K.
Let's take a look at the Nissan pitch track right here. Fastball up and away after a couple breaking balls to slow him down. Here tries to speed him up and sneaks it by him for the big first out.
Tillman had 3 strikeouts and 2 walks in that last start against the Angels. He is 2-0 lifetime against them. 3 career starts. This is his 4th here in this ballpark. He's had only 1 start against the Angels. That was back in 2009. And he gave up 4 runs, 7 hits, 6 2/3. That was a long time ago. And here is Trout with a 3-game hit streak coming in. He had a 1 for 4 against Tillman. Most of these Angel hitters do not have a lot of at-bats against Chris Tillman. In fact, many of them, it's only from that last game. Only Hamilton, Ibar, Kendrick have had a few more at bats, but most of these players have only seen him in that 1 game for 3 or maybe 4 at bats. The 2-0 delivery to Trout. He'll take the pitch. It'll be up high. Trout continuing to rock along with all kinds of great numbers offensively, and he's done so against the Orioles, a lifetime .278 hitter. 9 home runs against the O's, 3 of them in this ballpark for Mike Scioscia's ball club. He's taking, and it is in there for a strikes. How about that? Early take on a 3-0.
Well, why not? Start of the ball game, you want that starting pitcher to work his pitch count up. And Trout's been around, even though he's a younger player. He knows what he's supposed to do to start a ball game off.
3-1 delivery to him, and he's going to be on with a walk.
Let's take a look at the Orioles defense behind Chris Tillman tonight. CRUZ, Jones, and Markakis in the outfield. J.J. Hardy over at short. Ryan Flaherty getting the start at second base. Machado at third. And Steve Pearce playing first tonight. Chris Davis, some flu-like symptoms. And Hundley behind the plate.
Chris with a 7 for 34 lifetime. off Weaver. Not in the ball game tonight. Here's Albert Pujols. Pujols 2 for 6 lifetime off Tillman, and he will take it for a strike. This continues to be the inning that Tillman has had struggles with. He's given up 17 first inning runs this year, which is the most in any inning, and the batting average against Tillman this year in the first inning is .297. Compare that to the overall .247 average against him, extremely high in the first inning. 0-1 count. High and long and foul. That's a strike.
I'll take a look at the Pujols here. Highest average versus right-handed pitching in his career. Active leaders. There's Pujols at the list, bottom of the list at .316. Some pretty big names there and some pretty impressive numbers against right-handed pitchers. And Pujols certainly putting up Hall of Fame type numbers throughout his career.
Boy, does he love this yard. Pujols here at Camden Yards is a .389 hitter. .389. 2 home runs. Setup is away. That's where the ball was put. Driven towards the gap. Markakis and Jones. Markakis closest, won't get it. Bounce off the wall. At second base was Trout, and he will have to stop at third. It's a ground rule. That actually saves a run, because Trout would have come around to score on that. So he'll stop, and Pujols delivers a double with 1 away.
Yeah, even though it was a double, certainly the hop over the fence helped the Orioles here. Not a bad pitch. Look at the extension Pujols gets, and when he squares a ball up, he can get some carry. This one way out to right center, bounces over the wall for the double. The Trout has to hang on third.
So the Angels are going to get the first chance at pushing a run across, and with one of their best hitters in these situations. Josh Hamilton, 322 with runners in scoring position. Down to first base, runners coming. Play's got to be made to the bag. So the play will be taken by Pierce. That'll be an RBI for Hamilton. Trout scores. Pujols goes to third, and the Angels have a 1-0 lead.
You got to back your defense up here early in the ball game. You don't want to take many chances and pull guys in, create more holes. Take that, give up that 1 run for that out in this situation. Potential big inning would be a backbreaker, especially going against the tough pitcher in Weaver.
So Hamilton picks up just his 30th RBI of the season. He's played in only half the ball games this year for the Angels due to injuries. And here is Ibar, who's been one of their hottest hitters. Ibar's got a 3-game hit streak coming into the ball game. Here in the month of July, Ibar hitting at .259. Runner at third base, and the pitch will be taken for a strike. Ibar's at .267 with runners in scoring position. Tillman trying to end the inning right here and leave Pujols rather at third base. Ibar's had only 1 hit in 9 at bats lifetime off Tillman. 0-1 delivery on the way, and it was a safety squeeze, if that. Ibar bunting for a base hit, obviously, with 2 down. So the runner Pujols not going anywhere.
Trying to take advantage. Ryan Flaherty playing a little bit deeper, so he's swinging around. Manny Machado was actually sliding back over into that 5-6 hole as well. If he had a pitch he could handle, it would have been interesting to see where he was going to take that.
1 ball, 1 strike delivery by Tillman in the dirt. Good block. Hundley able to keep it out in front of him. The Angels trying to get out of an over they've got going against the Orioles. In the series in California, the Angels only went 3 for 25 with runners in scoring position, and Socha's team is second best in that department. And in that third game, the Angels went 0 for 12 against the Orioles and won. Here's the 2-1 delivery on the way, and that's going to go to left field, and it'll stay up. CRUZ is there to put it away, and a run will score in just 1 hit with the base runner left on. We'll take a look at the Orioles lineup that will go against Weaver when we come back. And the crowd's still coming in for this ball game, and it'll be a good house tonight. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for the Orioles, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Their fares online, only at southwest.com. Markakis, Machado, and Jones. CRUZ is going to go back to the outfield. Young and Hardy. Pierce gets to start at first. Flaherty at second, and Nick Hundley doing the catching. Steve Pearce at home. Rock'em sock'em numbers.
And let's take a look at Jared Weaver's pitch arsenal this season. The fastball 51% of the time, breaking ball at 28%. He's got the big slow curveball and a slider. Also has a changeup that he uses 21% of the time. Now, pretty consistent mix, and he needs them. His velocity has been down, but he can mix it up pretty well. Great numbers on the season, 11 wins at very low earned run average. Opponents hitting just 227 overall, but 16 home runs given up. Lefties 263. Righties way down under 200.
Nick Markakis will lead it off against him, and he will take the strike. For Nick, he had a 10 for 40 on the Orioles road trip, in which they went 6-4 in a very tough trip and a very fine record. 0-1 delivery on the way, and that ball put up in the air. He was out in front of it a little bit, headed over towards the seats, and will end up in the seats for a foul ball. Matt Wieters back with the Orioles, continuing his recovery, looking forward to next season, and just dying that he's not in this pennant chase with the Orioles.
Oh, he sure is. But what a great asset here for the Orioles, for Matt Wieters to be around, help both catchers out, Nick Hundley and Caleb Joseph, and certainly a big asset to the pitching staff as well. And he keeps his teammates loose. You see him there talking with J.J. Hardy, and he's going to give as much insight and support as he possibly can. So I think it's just like an extra coach on the bench for the O's.
Jared Weaver with a 2-strike count on Nick Markakis, and Nick will take it up high for a ball. Weaver comes in with the 8th lowest opponent batting average at 227. He is 8th in innings pitched. He is tied for 5th in the fewest walks surrendered. And that pitch will cut inside. He has beaten the Orioles in that last ball game we talked about, and lifetime is 7-4 against the Orioles. The 6th pitcher in Major League history, 9 straight seasons of 11 wins and 100+ strikeouts. Sutton, Sabathia, Seaver, Hudson, and Russi are the only ones to do it. And there's that changeup. You don't see Nick take a swing like that very often. That's how much he got fooled on that. Way out in front. Pujols puts it away.
Yeah, such a slow pitch, the slow breaking ball, 68 miles an hour here on the curve. I mean, great ability to command this pitch as well. And you see it just kind of fade to the bottom of the zone. Looks like probably a beach ball floating up in there, but just enough bite at the end to get to the bottom of the zone. So enticing. He gets a lot of outs with that pitch.
He has not lost in his last 7 ball games, going 4-0 in those 7 games, and the team has won all of them. That's how much he's meant to the Angels. Manny Machado will take that breaking ball. That's a strike on the outside corner. Machado had a 1 for 3 against Weaver. Only times facing him in that game against the Angels in Anaheim. Fouls that one back. And Weaver also doing what he normally does when he's on. You rarely get a ball 1. Seems like it's always 0-1 and then quickly 0-2.
Well, he doesn't have the plus velocity on his fastball, but he has plus command with all of his pitches. So he can get ahead and he can mix it up. He can get ahead with the fastball, the slider, the curveball, the changeup. And he'll do that throughout the course of the game just to try to keep hitters guessing and off balance. But yeah, getting ahead is a huge key for Weaver. And he's just so effective because of that unorthodox delivery that he possesses. He's a big guy, 6'7", but he steps across his body and then somehow is able to get his arm back up on top.
0-2 and a fastball inside. It says 88, but after that changeup, it looks like 98. And he gets the strikeout, and there are 2 down.
Located very well. Take a look at it here. It's the 4-seam fastball. Just paints it on the inside corner. And just changing the pace, mixing it up throughout the at-bat, and able to sneak a fastball by Machado.
The new term is effective velocity that we've come to learn this year.
Exactly.
Saying you don't need to have a power arm to win. 2 guys just went into the Hall of Fame who proved that. Greg Maddux and Tommy Glavine. If you can throw that changeup, you can make your fastball look a whole lot better than what it really might be velocity wise. There's a big cut. Another one of those off-speed breaking balls.
Well, Adam Jones has been so dangerous against the Angels. Last 6 games, 4 home runs and 10 RBI. He's hitting everything. You saw a good breaking ball there at the bottom of the zone. So you make mistakes, and he's been making the Angels pay.
He's had good numbers off Weaver. 6 for 20 with a home run. And boy, Adam really helped carry the club on the trip out west. He was 8 for 38. He had 3 home runs and 10 RBIs in those 10 games. 0-1 delivery, same pitch, same result. Came right back to that off-speed pitch.
Yeah, so slow. Take a look at what Jared Weaver does this season when he's ahead in the count. That fastball 56%, breaking ball 27%, the changeup 17%. So he has the ability to use all of his pitches. He rides the 4-seamer at the top of the zone. Here comes one here.
He had it timed way back in left field, and goodbye, home run. Did not fool him on that one. Adam Jones continues his red-hot streak. Delivers the home run and ties this ball game up at 1-1. His 20th of the year.
Well, Adam Jones has been an offensive force for the Orioles and so consistent all year long. Take a look here. Most first-inning home runs hit. Adam Jones leading the way with 10 home runs over Abreu, Batista, Dozier, and Giancarlo Stanton from Miami.
And he rocked it. Weaver tried to fool him with the fastball. No, not on this pitch.
No, he went slow, then slower, and tried to sneak the fastball by him up in the zone, but didn't get it high enough. And look at the great extension and staying behind the baseball.
Off-speed delivery ties up CRUZ, so the Orioles come back to tie it up. The Orioles coming into the ball game, they are second in the league in home runs. Toronto had moved back ahead of the Orioles over the last week. That ball is going to catch the outside corner for his strike. Adam Jones with his 20 moves into a tie for 10th place in home runs in the American League, and he continues to lead the Orioles in hits. He'll foul that one back off Weaver, and the count will stay at 1-2. Weaver's now given up 17 home runs, and only 6 of those have been hit by a right-hander. The right-handers average 160 against Jared Weaver. So Jones, no small accomplishment. 1, to get a hit off him, and 2, to put it out of the yard. 1-2 delivery is going to be inside.
Well, for right-handers, it's just so hard to pick up the ball from Weaver. I mean, he steps almost directly into the Angels dugout and then gets back across his body and over the top. Just so hard to pick up the baseball and his release point. And of course, we've seen his ability to change the speeds early on in this ball game.
So the count goes to 3-2 with 2 down to CRUZ. Young hoping for an at-bat, waiting in the on-deck circle. 3-2 delivery and the off-speed pitch, and he's going to draw the walk against somebody who doesn't get many of them up. And our Maryland Lottery contestant of the game, Lawrence Kovacs from Pasadena. You've won $500 for being selected, and you just won $500 more on the home run by Adam Jones, and you get $500 for every Orioles home run hit in the ball game. Play the Orioles scratch off for the Maryland Lottery. Your chance to be the contestant of the game. Could win a trip for 2 to see the World Series. Find out how at mdlottery.com/Orioles. So Delmon Young gets the DH role, and there's that breaking ball that'll catch the outside corner. 1 on, 2 down.
Delmon Young's been swinging it hot here recently. His 3rd time last 5 games in this DH spot, and a 3-run homer on the road trip. 5 for 9 in the last 3 games.
Great road trip for him. Chopper that's towards the middle. That's going to be a base hit. Charging is Trout to hold the runner at second base. So Young's got a 4-game hit streak.
Let's take a look at the Angels defense behind Weaver. Navarro, Trout, and Calhoun in the outfield. Ibar and Kendrick up the middle. Freese and Pujols on the corners with Conger behind the plate.
So Hardy's going to give a chance to give the Orioles a lead. Delmon Young, put him in a ball game, he'll get a hit. He's the Rip Van Winkle of baseball. He can sleep for 7 years, wake up, go to the plate, get a hit. I mean, he's like a machine out there. It doesn't seem to matter the situation. J.J. Hardy with just a 2 for 20 lifetime off Weaver. He's got runners at first and second, and there are 2 down. Orioles getting the 1 back they gave up and a chance for more. The Orioles 2 out runner in scoring position numbers this year. They've been led by Manny Machado at 368. Jones is 327, and Hardy is third on the team in these situations at 292 with 2 down and runners in scoring position. Hardy's going to take that one to left field. He can up the average on the fly. Cruz makes the turn. Throw by Navarro all the way through. Not in time. And the Orioles have a 2-1 lead. J.J. Hardy, the RBI.
Crowd on their feet there. J.J. Hardy's come up big with runners in scoring position all season long. And once again, comes through. A big 2-out hit for J.J. Hardy. It's the good extension, hammers it through that 5-6 hole, and then there's going to be a play at the plate. Nice send by Bobby Dickerson, the third base coach. Ball up the line and cruise in easily.
So the Orioles come right back in their half of the inning. Their 32nd RBI picked up by Hardy, and the Orioles have runners on at first and second base for Pierce. And Weaver getting touched up, unusually so, early in the ball game, as the Orioles now have picked up 2 runs on 3 hits in the first inning. And the pitch will be taken for a high strike to Pierce. Pierce has faced Weaver, only 3 at bats, 0 for 3 against him. Steve getting the start at first base in the ball game, and a chance here for another RBI. They've got the shift on in the infield, playing him to pull. Pierce will take it inside. Weaver pitching him that way. 1-1.
Well, Steve Pierce is definitely a pull hitter, but he has the ability to go to right field. There's a big opening over there, and he knows how important it is to try to keep an inning going. If there is a pitch up and out over, he will probably try to drive it to right center.
Steve's 340 with runners in scoring position. Great number. Weaver continuing to jam him inside, and a 1-ball 2-strike count. The Orioles in the game against Weaver went 2 for 3 with runners in scoring position, and in that series, that 3-game set, they only had 12 chances, and ended up with 5 hits. 1-ball 2-strike count. Delivery on the way, and he tried to go outside with him, and a 2-ball 2-strike count.
A good take right there by Steve Pierce. Now Weaver, of course, they've got the scouting reports, and when he gets ahead, he tries to either elevate that fastball or bury his off-speed pitches down in the dirt, look for some chases. And Steve Pierce, a nice job laying off a tough slider.
2-ball 2-strike count. Runners off first and second. Pierce will pop it up. Pujols coming over and gets there and makes the catch. So Pierce is retired, but the Orioles will pick up a couple of runs. They do it on 3 hits, one of them being Adam Jones. Home run number 20 on the year, and the Orioles are up by 1. Orioles want to do, pick up the numbers at home offensively. You see the runs per game there on the road at 4.9, at home 3.5, and that's kind of been a constant this year.
It really has. I mean, for some reason they haven't been able to really pick up the pace offensively here at Camden Yards. Now, typically a pretty hitter-friendly park. Whether they're trying to put the pressure on themselves and do too much, I don't know. But they're off to a good start today, and they still have 2 months to try to pick those numbers up. And they could potentially do that. Adam Jones leading the charge here against the Angels in the first inning.
Orioles still 26-23 at home. Pitch will be taken for a strike by Kendrick. 5-game hit streak for Kendrick coming into the ball game. The Orioles picking up the 2 off Weaver in that first inning. He'd only given up 6 first inning runs this year. 6 first inning runs in 22 starts, and the Orioles get 2 off him in his 23rd. That's pretty good.
It sure is. Get to him early. He hasn't had as much success on the road, so we try to take advantage of some of his weaknesses, and he made a couple mistakes, and the Orioles made him pay.
That one to the gap. Jones is not going to be able to get to it. With speed, Kendrick on his way to second. He's thinking about 3. Jones will get it back in. He'll settle for the double. So Kendrick starts out the second inning with a leadoff double and ups his hit streak to 6 games.
Kendrick 23 doubles this season. The changeup just kind of staying belt high, middle of the plate, and he gets on it, not trying to do too much. He will stay behind it and drive it into that left center gap.
So a chance to get the run back. Now these 2 teams will show you the numbers. In the 3 games played in Anaheim, there was virtually no offense. It was almost all defense pitching. Not to say it won't be in this series, but it sure is starting out that way. Here's Navarro, and he will take the pitch for a strike. Navarro's been a great hitter in these situations in the limited chances. He's 5 for 16 with runners in scoring position. Navarro coming up playing left field because of injuries. He's been up 3 times from their AAA team in Salt Lake. 0-1 delivery to him, fastball away, 1-1.
Well, right now he's thinking about trying to get Kendrick over to third base, getting a pitch he can handle. Chris Tillman trying to work him, loses one arm side there. But Tillman, one thing we've seen throughout the course of this season, there have been times where he's gotten himself into some trouble, and he's had that great ability, his competitiveness to get himself out of jams, come up with big pitches when he needs.
His numbers for Chris with runners in scoring position at 244. That's almost exactly what the American League average is for runners in scoring position, and almost what his overall number is at 247. So not a bad number. Runner on his second base here. Hardy trying to hold Kendrick close to the bag. Kendrick's got good speed. 1 ball 2 strike delivery on the way, and a breaking ball. It's going to miss inside. Evens the count up at 2-2. Adam Jones is in a couple of steps in center field. Nick Markakis in right has got that point to left field look to get to the gap quicker, so he's playing Navarro not to go to the line. You see how Nick, we've seen him stand that way before, and hitters he thinks are going to go more to the gap than to the line. He'll turn towards left field a little bit. 2 ball 2 strike count. Delivery on the way, and that's up the middle. Hardy's got it. That saves maybe a run. Over to third goes Kendrick. Navarro does get him moved up. Mike, here are the numbers I was mentioning in that series in Anaheim. Wow.
Yeah, it was all about pitching, really. I mean, take a look at the batting average. It's 189 for the Angels, just 192 for the Orioles. The Orioles did have a little bit better timely hitting, able to put up 10 runs as opposed to the Angels 7. But the starting pitching and the bullpens were pretty solid. Angels had a 3.33, and look at the Orioles, though, 2.08 earned run average in that series. Pitching and defense wins ball games, and they were able to come up with a timely hit. So pretty good job by the Orioles in that series. And you know, when your offense isn't there, pitching and throwing the leather has to come through.
Well, Buck Showalter is going to play it tight. We're in the second inning, and the infield's in. Runner on at third base and 1 out in a 2-1 ball game. The Orioles lead, and he wants to cut this run off, prevent it from scoring if he can, with Freeze at the plate. Here's the 0-1 to him. Freeze will take it, and it's a strike. 0-2. This is a hitter the Angels are really hoping will come alive. He ended up with a game-winning home run on Sunday in the 8th inning to break a 1-1 tie. Not the numbers they had hoped, however, to get out of Freeze so far in the season. He's .231 with runners in scoring position. Tillman, the 0-2 delivery. Not that hard and not that close. He kind of leaned into it. And a 1-2 count.
You can tell Freeze just trying to see the ball as long as possible. And as he picked up that ball, thinking that the breaking ball might drop down into the zone, but it just never did. Getting it backed up on Tillman.
Infield stays in. 1-2 delivery on the way. Ground ball back to the mound. Runner coming to the plate. Kendrick throw to the plate. Gets away. It'll go all the way to the backstop and down to second base will go Freeze. As Tillman's throw arrived to Hundley about the same time Kendrick was getting there. Ball game tied up at 2-2. We'll see how they rule it. It would have been a close play even on a perfect throw.
Well, nice job actually keep this ball in the infield, but he couldn't get his feet around quite enough and ended up pulling the ball. There might have been a play there. Just fired it to the tough side for Hundley to handle. Kendrick speed able to get in there. See Hundley right out there to try to settle him down. You don't want to get rattled and let this inning get out of control. Get these outs now when you can. Keep it at a 2-2 ball game.
And they will call it an error on the pitcher on Tillman. There'll be no RBI, so Freeze gets a fielder's choice. He goes to second on the error. The run scores on the error. And the ball game is tied at 2-2. Here is Hank Conger working against the shift with a runner on at second base. Conger had a 1-for-3 off Tillman on the West Coast. Conger's a switch hitter. He's done a real good job for them behind the plate.
He sure has. And Orioles certainly well aware of that, incorporating the big shift. All the hits to right field, 21, 14 to center, just 5 hits to left. So take your chance shifting that defense over. You saw Ryan Flaherty out there in shallow right field.
1-0 delivery to Conger. Will catch the inside corner. Conger hitting .214 right and .237 left. This has been his side of the plate for all 3 of the home runs that he's picked up. He's really become a nemesis for the Orioles. There's Jared Weaver watching. He went 2 for 5 games on the West Coast. He carries a career .320 average against the Orioles with 2 home runs. And he's 3 for 6 in this ballpark with 2 home runs. About to be 3 for 7. Back to get it as CRUZ. Runner tags and will stay. Conger is retired and there are 2 down. Time is running out for your chance to back the Birds during the playoff chase and enjoy Major League savings. Get your Birdland Summer 6-pack. A ticket to any 6 of your choice for the remainder of the year. You save up to 20% off the cost of single game tickets. So pick your games out right now. Go to Orioles.com/6-pack or call 888-848-BIRD. So now with 2 down in the infield back and runner in scoring position, Freeze at second. Here's Calhoun. Calhoun, their leadoff batter. Freeze gets pretty good secondary lead with 2 away. Cole Calhoun. He goes after it. That's going to be an RBI. That's going to go down the line into the corner. CRUZ going over to get it. Freeze will come in to score. Calhoun goes in with a double. And it's a 3-2 ball game, and this thing's got everything going on, and we're only in the top of the second inning.
I'll tell you, a lot of offensive action. I mean, there wasn't any offense in that last series out in L.A. And here the first couple innings, I mean, there's hits all over the place. Pretty good piece of hitting here. Chris Tillman trying to get ahead with the breaking ball. Calhoun gets that foot down, waits on this pitch, and just drives it down the left field line. Pretty impressive piece of hitting as the Angels take the lead here, 3-2 in the second.
31 RBIs for Calhoun. What a job he's done for them in the leadoff spot. 2 runs in here in the inning and a 3-2 lead. Each team with 3 hits. Trout drew a walk, scored his first time up. Hundley has to snag that one as it was low and away and in the dirt. The Angels now are 1 for 6 in this game already with runners in scoring position. And that last base hit is the hit that breaks the 0-for against the Orioles as they get out of an 0-for, let's see, would have been 0-for 17 with runners in scoring position. And the pitch will be taken up high for a ball, 2-0 count. Of course, all of this is adding to that pitch count for Chris Tillman.
Well, it sure is. I mean, they're working him. They're taking advantage of some pitches on the plate, coming up with some big hits here in this inning. And that error proving costly for Chris Tillman.
2-0 count. Calhoun off second base. And a big 9-iron cut on that one. Trout going after it. The 2-1 strike count. He was trying to drive it.
Yeah, he was. I mean, gets himself into a good hitter's count. He does not get cheated. He's a strong kid. Has the ability to drive the ball all over the park. Certainly great power numbers this year. 24 home runs. And he is a dangerous hitter.
And he asked for the timeout.
We'll take a look at the pitches seen by Mike Trout this season. You keep the ball down in the zone. He's hammering fastballs and breaking balls to a 373 clip. Middle, very dangerous, 316. If you can work up in the zone, that's where his weakness is. Just that .55 batting average. So, but you have to be careful. It's so important to try to get ahead of Mike Trout. He's very selective early in the count. So pitchers try to get ahead and then go to work. Try to expand the zone a little bit. And you better get those breaking balls out of the strike zone. A good bite at the end. Potentially a lot of bounced breaking balls to get him to try to fish and swing at. Because if you make mistakes on the plate down in the zone, you saw those numbers there. He's been hammering.
Here's the 2-2 delivery to him. Mike comes in 10th in average. He is 5th in home runs. He is 4th in RBIs. He has scored the most runs along with Dozier from Minnesota, 72. Now has 73 with the one he picked up in the inning, and he leads the league in total bases. 3-ball, 2-strike count with 2 down. Tillman trying to end it right here. Runner off second. A look back, nobody there, but not a bad idea just to get Calhoun maybe a step back. And now Flaherty, the second baseman, will edge over a little bit. Try and keep him a little bit closer. Calhoun was really walking off a big lead. Trout in the series in Anaheim was 2 for 11 with a homer and 2 RBIs. And he will foul that one back, just getting a piece off the end of the bat.
Pretty good piece right there. I mean, that wasn't a bad pitch. Went down and away, but he was able to fight it off and put a pretty good healthy cut on it as well. You see the pitch track. Tillman doing a nice job keeping it off the heart of the plate. Working the perimeter a little bit, trying to get a chase from Trout though here.
7th with runners in scoring position in the league for Trout. 3-2 and he got him. Great location. So a couple of strikeouts, but 2 runs in. They do it on 2 hits and a big error. 3-2 Angels. Forces this evening. Specialist E4 Donald Robinson, standing ovation between innings. U.S. Army, enlisted in '67 during Vietnam, sent to Germany, 1st Army 7th Battalion, worked for Medevac, and earned the rank of Specialist E4. He was injured in '68, medical discharge. Is an artist now that he is no longer on active duty, and we thank him. Specialist E4 Donald Robinson on hand at the ballpark tonight. And our ball game being carried by the Armed Forces Network. Great to have all of you with us around the world. Always an honor to bring you baseball. And a good one underway here as the offense is on a roll. 3-2. Angels on top in that inning. 1 unearned run in the second. So the Angels 3 runs, 2 earned so far in the ball game. Jared Weaver taking on Mike Flaherty. Ryan Flaherty rather takes the pitch on the inside corner for a strike. Flaherty, Hundley, and Markakis will be due up. Flaherty currently in an 0 for 11. Tough road trip. 2 for 23 for Ryan. 0-2 pitch by Weaver. More movement. Is there a pitch without movement? And 1-2.
Well, Ryan Flaherty's been trying to make some adjustments. You talk about this the rough road trip he went on. I saw him today. He was in the video room checking out his swing. Seems standing a little bit taller, trying to quiet his body down. Off the end of the bat, Ibar guns it, and we'll get the out as Pujols' little toe dance on the bag. Went away. Well, it's time for all fans to tweet their photo using hashtag #MASSandFanPhotos for a chance to have it shown in a future broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T. That'll bring Hundley to the plate, the Oriole catcher. He had an 0 for 15 on the road trip and is currently in the midst of an 0 for 17. So he wants that bingo. Get this thing over with right now.
Yes, he does.
Pitch will be taken inside from Weaver. He faced Weaver for the first time in the games in Anaheim. Went 0 for 3. 1-0 delivery. You can just watch the ball move. It's like 3 feet.
Yeah.
On that off-speed breaking ball. 2-0 count. Didn't get many of those on Weaver. Trying to take advantage of it. Fouls it back.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing how Jared Weaver actually is able to get that consistent movement and, you know, able to locate so well with the delivery that he possesses. And be able to step across his body and then somehow arch his back to get his arm on top. And to, you know, repeating the delivery for a starting pitcher is the key. He's done it so well. I mean, one of the most successful, winningest pitchers, you know, here in the last 8 years.
He's got 124 wins and only 66 losses. A tremendous win percentage for him. Here at Camden Yards, this is his 5th start. He's 2-2 here. Breaking ball outside. He has a high ERA in this ballpark, 6.23 in the previous 4 starts he has had here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. 3 ball, 2 strike count. Already a couple of full counts through the order the first time. And he walks in. Weaver kind of looking up in disbelief. That's the second walk he has surrendered. Take a look at our Jeep inside the numbers.
Yeah, just when you're talking about that highest win percentage career for active players, and Jared Weaver leading the way with that 653. You mentioned how many wins he's had, but one time he won 20 games, and that was back in 2012. Great competitor with some great names on that list. Kershaw, Hudson, Wainwright, a couple other players there tied at 641, but great competitor with great stuff.
And that will bring up Nick Markakis. So 1 down. Pujols holding the bag at first on Hundley. Weaver's delivery, and that's going to miss inside for a ball. He too uncharacteristically at 39 pitches thrown to record 4 outs. It's very un-Weaver like. Markakis with a solid 286 average against Weaver, including 1 home run. Popped out his first time up. 1-0 delivery to him, went outside with it and caught the corner. 1-1. Gary Cederstrom's got the plate tonight. Tends to be fairly tight on the strike zone. Tendency that has favored the hitters a little bit over his career, maybe. Kerwin Danley's down to first. Mark Reppiger's got second base. Dan Bellino's at third. 1 ball, 1 strike count. They play Markakis in the outfield, swung around to left, and he fouls that one away. 1-2.
Well, Weaver pumping a couple fastballs in there right now. I mean, you could see after the walk to Nick Hundley that he was really upset at himself. I mean, he's very emotional on the mound. You know, he's isn't afraid to let everybody know how upset he is, and he was upset at himself for walking Hundley with the high fastball. So here, getting back in the zone, challenging Markakis.
The fly ball pitcher, tough to get double plays for him. 66% of the balls off opponents' bats are in the air against Weaver. 1-2 delivery on the way, and Nick, did he hold up? Check at third. No. Dan Bellino says he went around Markakis with a head down, going, really? And Buck obviously reciting Tennyson.
Yeah, Buck not very happy with that call. He's at a pretty good vantage point on the rail. Slider down and in. Markakis, it looked like he held up on the replay there. There's going to be a great look at what the third base umpire Dan Bellino is looking at.
As we say, it's in the eye of the beholder. Those check swings, you get some, you don't get others, and it's so hard to tell. 2 down here is Manny Machado, runner on at first base. Machado a strikeout victim. The other one, 2 Ks for Weaver, and that pitch will be taken down low for a ball. So Manny trying to keep the inning going. Angels up by a score of 3-2 here. Manny with a 5 for 22 on the road trip. 1-0 delivery. Another sweeping breaking ball that's going to miss outside. He clearly does not have the kind of control that we generally see out of Weaver, at least to this point in the ballgame.
No, look at the numbers right there, though, at Camden Yards. 2-2 with a 6.23. So it might be just something about this ballpark that gets in his head. I know pitchers pitch differently in different ballparks. You've heard Buck Showalter talk about that all year long. You know, he will throw some of his pitchers in certain ballparks and certain matchups, and maybe Camden Yards in Weaver's head a little bit. He might have given up some home runs on some good pitches. Now trying to be a little too fine, working the perimeter, mixing up his pitches. Really hasn't gotten into any kind of rhythm. Not really part of this game. Look at the Nissan pitch track, down and away from Manny Machado, out of the danger zone.
Saw Mike Butcher, pitching coach, up on the rail watching. 2-ball 1-strike delivery to him, and another one of those off-speed pitches had him on his front foot. Foul back, and the count evened up at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, we got Manny Machado with a fastball inside after slowing him down with a couple breaking balls. We're hearing this at bat, a couple sliders down and away. There's the slow breaking ball over the middle of the plate that Manny really just missed. Maybe he tries to sneak one inside again.
Hundley the lead at first base, throwing the walk. Machado, 2-ball 2-strike count. Infield playing him to pull. Machado drills it. That's going to go to the gap. Off and flying is Hundley. He's coming to third. Bobby Dickerson will wave him home. Trout will get it in. It'll be a double and an RBI and a tie game at 3. Machado picks it up.
Manny Machado, great piece of hitting, and really makes that base on ball to Hundley pay. 11th double of the season. And he got another mistake here from Weaver. Wanted it down and away, left it up and out over. And look at that great focus by Machado. Not trying to do too much with 2 strikes. Squares it up. Great extension, able to get the carry out to right center, and Hundley able to score easily.
So the offenses keep rolling. Manny Machado keeps rolling. He's hitting .380 in the month of July. 26 RBIs on the season for Manny. And the Orioles tie the ball game up 3-3. That's the Orioles' 4th hit off Weaver. Jones, the home run, is 20th. There's the breaking ball in for a strike.
Well, fell behind 2 strikes and then got a fastball at the top of the zone, and he did not miss it. Jones has been red hot against the Angels all season long, putting up great numbers.
Orioles 1 for 3 in this ball game. Runner in scoring position, trying to get another one in. Ball will be fouled back into the screen.
See where Adam Jones' power zone is. Now, pretty good coverage, and it expands to that up and away part of the plate, and that's exactly where the fastball met. You see the green, a 3rd pitch in that at bat. Adam Jones, 2 strikes, able to square it up and drive it out of the park.
Machado getting a good lead off second. Kendrick, second baseman, kind of paying attention. 0-2 with 2 down. Now there's Kendrick, and they got him. He's out. Kendrick kept moving in, inching a little bit, little duck steps, and finally got in on him, and that's a big out right there. That can't happen. Third out recorded on a pickoff at second base. The Orioles get a run on the double by Machado and tie the ball game up. Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. By Ocean City, Maryland. Put your vacation days to good use in Ocean City, Maryland. Book now at ococean.com. And by Luna. For beautiful new carpet, hardwood, and laminate, call 877-241-LUNA. Speaking of Luna, sun going down. Light overcast in places around the area right now. And the ball game tied at 3-3. Manny Machado, the game giveth and the game taketh away.
Yeah, big double to tie the ball game up, then picked off at second base with one of the hottest hitters in the game, Adam Jones, at the plate.
So we go to the third inning. And the pitch will be taken for a strike. Pujols, Hamilton, and Ibar against Tillman. Pujols with a double in the first inning. Pitchers, both of them, trying to find an inning where they can get the side out without a digit going up on the board. Tillman, 1 ball, 1 strike count. Teams in Tillman starts 13-9 in his 22 starts this season. Chris now 39-30 for his career. Pujols will take it inside and up. You can almost see Pujols winding up on that swing, especially in this ballpark. I mean, that left field wall is one made for him to drive a ball out over. 2-1 delivery on the way. And sometimes that can make it more difficult for a hitter than easier, like the monster in Boston. Yeah, you try too hard. I mean, it looks so close and so inviting that you do something different to alter your swing. But Albert Pujols, he's had a great career. He can hit a ball out of any ballpark. I don't care where it is. So he doesn't change too often. Oh, what a great pitch that was. Pujols is out of there. 3 Ks for Tillman. It was a nice start to the inning here for Chris Tillman after working up in the zone. Look at the 2-seam action. Gets on the inside of that baseball or the outside of it and drives it downhill. And look at the movement as it bores down and in on Pujols. He ends up missing that by about 4 or 5 inches and actually has to pull his hand off the bat to try to get to it. And the pitch will be taken for a strike. Hamilton picked up an RBI and a ground ball out. Josh Hamilton, the designated hitter. He too, of course, has had great days in this ballpark. 10 home runs in 24 games here. That one right at Markakis. Nick had to do a step in time on that one. 1 back, 1 over, and then 1 in, and got him. Text Masson's word of the day, MITT, M-I-T-T, to 29292 for your chance to win a meet and greet with Adam Jones. Stay tuned all week long for more chances to win. As outfielders are prone to say, the most difficult one to catch is the one hit right at you.
It sure is. I think any position, the hardest ones, those bullets right at you. You got to somehow try to create an angle to see the ball better. And you saw Nick just doing the dance step to try to get on the side of that baseball.
Here is Ibar, flied out to left field, ground ball to second base, played by Flaherty. How about that? There's a quick inning for you as they are retired. 1, 2, 3. Our Honda do-ups: Adam Jones, Nelson Cruz, Delmon Young. Have the Birds back home, first time since the All-Star break, July 13. The Orioles happy to be here too. Chris Tillman after win number 8, 3 strikeouts so far. Adam Jones returning home with his 20th home run that came in the first inning, and Jared Weaver giving up some runs as the Orioles have picked up 3 off him in the ball game. And happy birthday. And the ball game tied at 3, 3-4 and 1 for the Orioles, 3-3 and 0 for the Angels.
Well, that was a really important shutdown inning for Chris Tillman. Now hoping the Orioles keep the pressure on Weaver. Of course, Weaver looking for that same kind of shutdown inning, as both pitchers pretty much equal in the first 2 innings. The game tied at 3.
Adam Jones was at the plate when Manny Machado got picked off at second, so he'll come back, start over again. Adam now with a 7 for 21 and 2 home runs off Weaver. Jones, Cruz, and Young. And went after another one right there and fouls it back. Matt Cain's going to go see Dr. Andrews. Lord Almighty, another one on the way. He's had problems, inflammation, right elbow, Tommy John. So Matt Cain may be done for the season, depending on what Dr. Andrews finds. 0-1. Weaver's delivery, and there's that breaking ball outside. And that's the kind of swing I would think, Mike, you're going to get if you're guessing fastball, something in over the plate, and he gives you that breaking ball away.
Well, Adam Jones, like so many great hitters, I mean, you hit off the fastball. You really have to, and then you make your adjustments with the sliders, and sometimes some are better than others, and you get those funky kind of swings.
0-2 count. Orioles putting up some numbers here at home, where the struggle has been to score runs, even though they're 3 games above 500. They come in with the 2.5 game lead over the Jays now. Toronto moving ahead of the Yankees into second place in the American League East. 0-2 delivery by Weaver. Jones chasing that one. He'll be gone. Tag put on by Conger just in case.
Not taking a chance of giving Adam Jones another fastball. A couple of real good sliders in this at bat. And you see the placement there on the pitch track. All three sliders down and away. Why not take a chance and throw it a little bit further? Adam Jones gives chase there.
The big crowd on hand here in this Tuesday night. Orioles playing the night games against the Angels tomorrow night. Kevin Gausman against Garrett Richards, an 11-game winner. Bud Norris against Tyler Skaggs in the third game. Popped up in the air by Nelson Cruz. Pujols, no play. 6:30 tomorrow night. Those extra, 7 o'clock for the ball game. Cruz drew a walk and scored in the first inning. 2 walks have been issued in the ball game by Weaver, and they both have crossed the plate. Hundley had a 1-out walk in the second. Cruz with that walk in the first inning with 2 down. 1 ball, 1 strike count on Nelson.
Well, walks are good for the Orioles. I mean, they don't traditionally this season.
Ooh, knocked down Freeze. Gets him.
Yeah, traditionally this season, really not a team that walks too much, but they have drawn a lot of walks here in the last couple games. 12 times in this game here, a couple walks. So seeing the ball well and taking their free passes, and you see what can happen. I mean, 2 walks and both of those walks scored. So nice job by the Orioles offense there.
That'll help that on base percentage. The Orioles come in 12th in on base percentage, 4th though in slugging. They are 13th in walks. Pitch will be taken away. Young. So Weaver trying to match Tillman in a 1-2-3 inning here in the third. Young, a base hit, his first time up. 4-game hit streak for the Orioles DH. 1-0 delivery by Weaver. As a DH this season, Young has hit 300 coming into the game. 3 home runs and 11 RBIs as a designated hitter. This is the 24th game where Delmon Young has been the DH for the O's. 2-0 pitch, looking for 1 to hit. Didn't give him the fastball though. 2-1.
Well, just missed it. He'd like another crack at that slider there. He saw it well. A good pass on it, but just enough late movement on it to keep it off the bat head.
2-1 delivery. Young fights that one off and fouls it back. Stays at 2-2. Delmon has really been a quiet positive for the Orioles this year. He gets in streaks of 3-4 games. Now you don't see him maybe 4 or 5 games. You kind of forget. But every time he's playing, he's producing and adding to the offense for the Orioles. Weaver with a 2-2 delivery to him, and that'll be down low. 3-2.
Yeah, Delmon Young, certainly one of the unsung heroes for the success of the Orioles this season. A great acquisition in the offseason to try to create some depth and more competition. And he really impressed Buck Showalter and Dan Duquette, and they really couldn't do anything with him. I mean, he played his way onto this team, and now has made such a big impact.
And he's got another hit. That's going to go into the corner. Navarro going over to get it. Young on his way to second base, and Delmon's 2 for 2 with a double and a single.
Well, he was all over Weaver in that at bat. Missed a couple breaking balls, and got a pitch up in the zone, trying to get the fastball by him, and he stays on it. Great swing, and stays behind the ball. He was right on time with that. Hammers it down the left field line. Just walks into second base.
And that will call for a conference at the mound. Got to be concerned that Weaver's up to 62 pitches thrown in the ball game. Mike Butcher, their pitching coach, out to have a word with their 11-game winner.
They know that J.J. Hardy's been clutch in this type of situation. So go over the really fine-tuning the scouting report here. Try to execute the proper pitches. Certainly a base open over there. So be a little bit more careful.
2 down, runner at second base. Hardy again with a chance. He got the RBI in the first inning with 2 away. And the pitch in the dirt for a ball. We mentioned Hardy, 292. Runner in scoring position, 2 out. The leader is Josh Harrison. Runner in scoring position, 2 out. He's hitting .484 this year. That's a check swing, and the ball hit the bat. And a 1 ball, 1 strike count. The most 2-out RBIs with runners in scoring position. Casey McGee with 24 as the leader. The Orioles leader is Nelson Cruz. Cruz has got 18 two-out runner in scoring position RBIs. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Delivery by Weaver. Up in the air, center field. Trout. He's got it. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. 3 complete. The opener for the homestand, tied at 3. Of Maryland University College, Harold Baines, a Maryland native, wearing the uniform, part of his 22-year career, considered one of the most consistent clutch hitters in Orioles history. Hit .301, 107 home runs, 378 RBIs while playing with the Orioles, and he became the 46th inductee into the Orioles Hall of Fame in 2009. Harold Baines now coaching with the White Sox.
Yeah, what a great player. I had the privilege of playing with him with Oakland and Baltimore, and boy, could he do some special things with the bat. Of course, when he was younger, what a defensive player as well.
And a real wonderful guy. Here is Howie Kendrick. 3-3 ball game. We go to the 4th inning. Tillman's pitch is a strike. The Orioles 3 runs, 5 hits, an error. They've left 3. The Angels 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors. They have left 2. Howie Kendrick a double. He would score in the error in the 2nd inning, a non-earned run. That one right under the glove of Tillman for a base hit. So for 2 out of the 4 innings, the Angels have had the leadoff man on base. Kendrick's been there twice. Tomorrow when the Orioles battle the Angels, 7:05. First 10,000 fans 15 and over get the Orioles tote bag presented by MLB Network. Back your birds during the second half of the year. Enjoy a great night out of Orioles baseball. Orioles.com for tickets or 888-848-BIRD.
Well, both pitchers' pitch counts kind of getting up there. A couple struggling through first and 2nd inning. Here's Tillman at 50 already.
And here's Navarro. And for Navarro, will take the pitch on the inside corner for a strike. Navarro grounded out his first time up. Angels come in on a 3-game win streak. Both these teams having great months. Angels are 18-6. Mike Scioscia's ball club putting up a tremendous July. 63 wins. The Orioles are 15-7. 58 wins. 0-1 delivery. Breaking ball in the dirt. Hundley stops it. And Kendrick will stay at first base.
Hundley, a couple real nice blocks in this ball game on some breaking balls in the dirt. We talked about his offensive struggles. He's certainly not taking the bat behind the plate. Working hard.
Kendrick, their leader in stolen bases with 12 out of 16. Nobody has stolen one against Tillman this year. 1 tried, 1 caught. And the throw over, and Kendrick back to the bag.
Yeah, we talk about that every time Chris Tillman takes the hill. I mean, just so impressive. He's a big guy, but he has a great ability to offset the running game. He's quick to the plate when he has to be. He can pick over. He can change his hold times. Just one stolen base given up since the start of 2013 season. So pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's amazing. I think by accident you'd have more than that. That'll be fouled back by Navarro, and a 1-ball 2-strike count from Tillman. Tillman's had those weird numbers of 1-5 at home with an ERA of 2.89, which you'd think would give you a record exactly the opposite. Hasn't had the run support at home. Then you go on the road, he's 6-0 with an ERA of 4.68, but they've scored all kinds of runs for him. 1-2 count. Runner not going. That's going to be a base hit into left field off the bat of Navarro. Kendrick will stop at second base, and the Angels continue this highly offensive game. First 2 are on. Take a look at the Orioles' upcoming schedule. Brought to you by the Krieger Eye Institute. From routine to the most specialized eye care, LifeBridge Health's Krieger Eye Institute handles it all. Call 410-610-2020 for a same-day appointment.
A couple more games with the Angels tomorrow night, and then Thursday night, and then the Mariners come back into town. So it does not get any easier for the Orioles. I mean, they had to face these teams when they went out west. Of course, you got to look at some of the great arms that both teams possess. So the challenge is in front of them.
Now runners at first and second. Nobody out. Double play depth in the infield. Freeze takes the pitch for a ball, hit into a fielder's choice his first time up, would score a run, and a 1-0 count. Runner in scoring position numbers keeps going like this. They're going to have a whole series worth in one game. Angels 1 for 7 in this game with runners in scoring position. We're only in the 4th inning. 1-0 delivery. Freeze will take it for a strike. 1-1.
Good pitch there from Tillman to get back into the count. Nice fastball down and away.
One ball, 1 strike count. Kendrick and Navarro get their leads, and the ball's fouled away. Freeze here in the month of July has picked it up a good deal. He's hitting .284 with 4 home runs on the month. I mean, that's 40 points higher than his season average. Boy, would that help the Angels and get his bat going.
I think a lot of teams that really want to get over the hump, even though the Angels have been one of the better teams in all of baseball, certainly one of the best records, but they'd like for everything to kind of click on all.
That's going to bounce away. It's a wild pitch. There goes the double play. So 2 are in scoring position with nobody out.
Well, Hundley's made some great blocks, but there's not a lot he can do on this one. Tillman really spikes this one out in front of the plate. Does all he can to slide over there, but it stays low. Doesn't kick up like he's expecting. Slides in the 5-hole.
6th wild pitch of the season from Chris Tillman. So now a really big at bat for Freeze. Base hit could score 2 in this tie game. 2-2 delivery on the way, and Freeze will foul that away.
You can tell he's seeing the ball a little bit better. I think it's some pretty good passes. Tillman, after spiking that breaking ball, tries to sneak the fastball up at the top of the zone, and he was on it. So staying short with 2 strikes, trying to keep the at bat alive and work for a mistake in the part of the plate.
Here's the 2-2 delivery, infield back. That's fouled away again upstairs. No Freeze battling here with nobody out. Both managers have done a lot of pacing already. And you got to believe both are thinking about their bullpens.
Oh, yeah.
The way the starters are going right now. Tillman threw only 9 pitches in the 3rd inning, retiring the side in order. But that's the only inning, real effective inning he's had. And he gets him to reach and a pitch away. Strikeout number 4.
Well, Tillman's changeup hasn't really come into play much in this ball game, but this is a great one here. Freese giving chase to a couple fastballs at the top of the zone, and the great arm speed sells the changeup, and you see Freese way out in front. Big strikeout there from Chris Tillman. Runners at second and third.
That'll bring Conger up now with one away. Conger, while hitting .234 overall, hits .310 with runners in scoring position. One down. Conger will take it. It'll be up high. The Angels and Oakland came into this game with exactly the same number of hits with runners in scoring position, 250, the most in the American League. Angels have had, coming into the game, had 5 more chances with runners in scoring position than did the A's. 1-0 delivery, and that will miss 2-0. And they are the two teams, of course, right now facing it off in the American League West, where Oakland's got a 1.5 game lead over the Angels.
A couple pretty good offenses. Really not easy to get through. I mean, they're kind of, the West has kind of turned into what the American League East used to be. I mean, some powerhouse offenses that really can put some runs up on the board. Very productive lineups.
Like Scioscia's team trying to gain some ground. They haven't been able to do it against Oakland, and the Orioles trying to separate themselves from right now Toronto and the Yankees. Yankees are 4.5 out, but Toronto's just 2.5 behind, and a lot of games left in the division. 2 ball, 1 strike count on Conger. Runners off second and third. 2-1 delivery on the way. Conger will pump that one foul, and Tillman comes back on him to get it to 2-2.
Always finding a way. Keep working. Good pitch there. A 2-1 count. Get back in at 2-2. A good fastball down at the bottom of the zone. You see how effective that pitch can be. Chris Tillman, a big guy, when he gets on top and drives it to the bottom of the strike zone, so hard for a hitter to pick it up.
Tillman would love, obviously, another strikeout right here on Conger. Flied to left his first time up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Conger puts one up in the air. That'll get a run in. Jones over. Both runners tagging. Throw will come all the way into third, but not in time, and a sac fly as Kendrick will cross the plate, and the Angels go back on top by a score of 4-3, and the sac fly by Conger.
Well, if Chris Tillman can get out of this inning with just giving up that sac fly and the 1 run, he will certainly be happy, and so will Buck Showalter. But he's got to find a way now, come up with some big pitches. Calhoun, of course, picked up that double in his last at bat. And when you turn this lineup over again, it does not get any easier.
Conger with his 22nd run batted in. Navarro moves over to third base now with 2 down. Calhoun, an RBI base hit his last time up. He is also struck out. The 2 away. Manny Machado will move in a bit at third, recognizing the speed, and that one lashed the other way foul. Calhoun's the only major leaguer right now hitting 305 or better and 10 home runs from that leadoff spot this season. I think Markakis not far behind. He was not doing anything like that numbers wise until they put him in the leadoff spot, and it suited him just fine. Here's the 0-1 delivery by Tillman, and that's the same place. 0-2.
Oh, good pitch, and Nick Hundley giving him the sign of approval. And attaboy, a couple good fastballs. Not much Calhoun can do with those on the outside part of the plate.
Outfield moves in a couple of steps, especially Adam Jones in center. 0-2 count. Calhoun, line drive hitter, looks to dump him in front of the outfielders. Will take the pitch up and away. Angels on top 4-3. The Angels on the road this year have averaged only 3.5 runs a ball game, so they're already over that. And we're in the top of the 4th inning. 1-2 count, 2 down. Tillman will look over to third. 1-2 pitch, and that'll just miss. Evens the count up, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
A pretty good quiet take right there from Calhoun, so you can tell he's seeing the ball well. It was a good changeup. Pretty much the same pitch that he was able to get Freeze out on. Changeup down in the zone, but not even a flinch.
Hitting .301 in July with 4 home runs for Calhoun. On the 2-2, he got him and he knew it. Fooled him. So some big strikeouts in the inning, 2 of them, 5 in the ball game. 1 run in on a couple of hits, 1 left on. You got to have something in your helmet. That's what it should be. Contacted the Red Sox about John Lester. He only wants $23 million a year. That from Fox Sports. Giants remain interested. Ben Zobrist, everybody is, even after they made the Peavy trade and gave up some young players. That out of the Sporting News. And the report late this afternoon, the Orioles are no longer interested in Twins catcher Kurt Suzuki. That from Fox Sports and the New York Post. And we'll see. Obviously, things change when you get close to 4 o'clock on the last day of July, and that deadline for players to be traded without having to go through waivers. Trades are still made after that, but you got to put the players through waivers. Pierce leading it off, popped out his first time up. Flaherty and then Hundley. Weaver. Pitch will be taken outside, and Jared Weaver falls behind 2-0. I mean, Weaver's really struggling here tonight, and that pitch count shows it perhaps more than anything else.
Yeah, really. It skyrocketed. 67 pitches. Some uncharacteristic walks. The Orioles, give them credit. They're really working him well, not swinging at his pitches. There seems to be a great game plan put in place by the Orioles offense. Hitting coach Jim Presley.
They've seen Weaver, of course, very recently in Anaheim in that series. 3-0, first 3-0 count we've had, and he walks him on 4 straight. Third walk he has surrendered in the ball game. Buck Showalter talking about the trade deadline and saying, you know something, we kind of forget a lot of trades are made after that July deadline.
I think we get so bogged down in thinking it's a strict no more trades after this day. Take a look at the people acquired after the deadline. So it's a moving target. I think it's just, I don't know. It's not something. You know, Dan brings me up to speed on things that, you know, that he wants my input from, and he knows that I go through the coaching staff with it, and we kick it around.
So we'll see what happens around baseball come 4 o'clock Thursday. But as Buck said, and as we noted, there are a number of big trades that have been made after the July 31st date, with teams letting players pass through waivers. Flaherty grounded out his first time up. The Orioles get the leadoff man on. First leadoff man they have had on base against Weaver in the ball game. 0-1 count. Flaherty on the breaking ball, foul tipped it into the mitt. The count goes to 0-2.
Well, it's definitely an interesting time of the year. You know, teams talking about trades, thinking what can make their team a little bit better as the trade deadline approaches. But Buck's right. I mean, you can work trades. There are ways to maneuver and take advantage of certain opportunities that come about. But what I really liked what Buck said is he'll pass things along to his coaching staff. If there is a trade possibility, you know, that Dan Duquette brings in front of him, he likes to get the feedback from everybody. Will it impact our major league team enough to get us over the hump? Will it have an impact on our minor leagues if we potentially have to draw from our minor league system? And where will it set us back potentially if it doesn't work out? You know, things like that. So there's a lot of pieces that have to come together.
Down to first, Pujols, great stop, bad throw. There's one. That's all they're going to get. Should have had two. Pujols made a nice glove play, but the throw took Ibar down, and a good play by Ibar to get the force out on Pierce.
Yeah, it was a pretty nice defensive play. Pujols, a pretty good first baseman over here. Nice little backhand stop. You see him yank the throw as Steve Pierce kind of forces that throw on the inside. But Ibar, a nice play, makes the recovery to get that force out at second base. And a pretty athletic play throwing from the side, and Steve Pierce bearing down on him.
So they get the out at second, one down. So Flaherty's on, reaching on the fielder's choice. That'll bring up Hundley. He drew a walk and scored his first time up. It's reported on MASNsports.com today. Dan Duquette, Vice President, GM, if you will, in charge of the Orioles and handling the deal, said nothing is imminent on the trade front. Said he's focused on improving the team's pitching staff, but it probably doesn't mean starters. He's talking about depth on the staff. Delivery will be taken down low for a ball. He said we have pretty good depth in our farm system, so I think we have the wherewithal to make a deal. He wouldn't comment on any interest in former Oriole Jim Johnson, who's been designated for assignment by the A's, former Orioles closer. Some stories have said the Orioles might be interested in bringing him back to add depth. But Duquette said he's still under contract to another team, so it would be inappropriate in violation of MLB rules to talk about a player who's already under contract. 2-0 count.
Oh, there's a lot of talking behind closed doors, you know.
Phones are ringing.
Oh, yeah.
Hundley with a 2-0 count and one down. Flaherty held by Pujols at first base. Weaver, a 2-0 delivery. Gets it in there for a strike. I mean, we talked about the importance, we always do, of first pitch strikes, and Weaver's one of those where it's humongously different. If he gets the first strike, opponent batting average is $186. If the count goes 1-0, thereafter 267. Well, it really matters for him, and he hasn't been getting that in this ball game. Flaherty will be honored to know Weaver thinks he might run. Although, in all honesty, he's just trying to keep that double play more in order.
Sure. Well, you know, you look at pitchers like Chris Tillman and Jared Weaver. Now, both of them with some experience and obviously great competitors. And some nights they don't have their best stuff, but they find ways to grind and keep their team in it. You know, and every night can't be smooth sailing where you hit your spot with all of your pitches. You know, you just have to find ways to compete and hopefully give your team a chance to win.
Socha, as we've noted in the Anaheim series, gives all those signs to his catchers. Of course, a former real fine major league catcher himself. So he gives those signals whether he wants to throw over, step off, or something like that. Yeah, that's absolutely right. I think my great pitchers are defined by what they do on nights where they have virtually nothing. How do you maneuver your way through a lineup on a night where your velocity's down, your breaking ball won't go into the strike zone, and your changeup just doesn't work? I mean, can you find a way?
Exactly. You just try to find a way. I mean, there are many nights where guys say, well, I just didn't have a feel for anything, but they come out of there with, giving up a couple runs and pitching 7-8 innings.
Yep.
I mean, it's just the same thing offensively. I mean, you go through these streaks where you feel real good and the ball looks like a beach ball coming in, and there's other times you just feel so lost, and you just kind of trust your preparation and your competitiveness and say, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to try to see the ball and battle up here and see what I can do.
Yep. That's the difference maker in quality players. 3-ball, 2-strike count. Runner is going, and the ball will be fouled back into the seat. So Flaherty on the fly with 1 down. He'll come back. 3-ball, 2-strike count. And Hundley will be looking at the 7th pitch of this at bat.
Well, Socha well aware of the situations, and he's picked off a couple times with Weaver. As you look at the Nissan pitch track, pretty good job of keeping the ball out of the heart of the plate. But Hundley, struggling hitter, gets himself into a 3-1 count. Why not give him a chance to get a base hit? So put the runner in motion, execute a hit and run or a run and hit in those type of situations.
Runner goes, throw down. It was ball 4, I think, as Conger turns around to ask home plate umpire. Both Weaver and Conger thought that was a strike, and so did Socha. It wasn't. So Flaherty goes to second base. The walk to Hundley, the second walk he's picked up in the ball game. And the Orioles, with 1 away, have runners on at first and second base.
Well, both of Weaver's walks in the first and second inning came around the score here in the 4th inning. 2 walks. Nick Markakis like to make him pay. And of course, you see Weaver out there very emotional on the mound, not getting that strike call.
He's had 4 walks now 3 times this year, and never 5 in a ball game this season. So Nick Markakis, he has popped out and struck out. Orioles down by 1 at 2-1. Markakis will take the pitch, and it is a strike. For the Orioles, chance to tie it or better, and Butcher's on the phone to the bullpen here in the 4th inning, which has got to be one of the earliest calls he's had to make in a Weaver start this year. 0-1 count. And he ladles it down the line, and goodbye, home run off the fair pole. Nick Markakis, a 3 RBI homer. Number 8.
Well, Nick Markakis has come up big all year long for the Baltimore Orioles. Clutch hits, many times overshadowed, but here, big 3-run shot, and he certainly does make those 2 walks prove costly to Weaver.
So the Orioles continue to use the long ball. Jones and Markakis have homered, accounting for 4 of the Oriole runs.
And the fastball on that inner third pulls the hands in tight. And this is just a laser beam down the right field line, right off the foul pole.
Manny Machado, he'll go after it, drives it in the air to left field. Navarro will be there and will put it away. And another $500 to our Maryland lottery contestant of the game, Lawrence Kovacs. $1,500 total. Watch this one hit the pole. Bink.
Put a dent in it there. Great swing, nice crowd reaction as well.
Great shot of it. The misnomered foul pole that's really fair. And the Orioles take the 6-4 lead. Mike Morin in the bullpen warming up. Adam Jones, his home run, the 20th, came in the 1st inning. 2 down, nobody on here. And he will take the pitch away for a ball. Weaver's actually given up 4 home runs this year in the game. It was to Houston in his 2nd start of the season. Ground ball will go to short. Ibar's up with it, and Pujols stretches and gets the short hop for the out. But the Orioles on Nick Markakis' drive here in the 4th inning pick up a 3-run homer and a 6-4 lead. Thank you, Mr. Foulpole. For the achiever in you. By Blimpie. Stop by your local Blimpie after 4 p.m. and enjoy the large deli sub for just $5. Get more after 4 at Blimpie. And by visitannapolis.org. Find it here. Gary Thorne and Mike Bordick on a beautiful night here in Baltimore for Nick Markakis. Even prettier. 3 RBIs on his 8th home run. 2 career home runs now off Weaver. And gives the Orioles a 6-4 lead as this offensive game continues. Teams did not score in the 3rd inning. Each team has scored in 1, 2, and 4. We're in the 5th.
After kind of low scoring affairs out there in LA, they've almost scored as many runs here in 4 innings as they did the 3-game series.
That one goes to right field. Markakis going back near the wall and makes the catch. Trout is retired. And our PNC minor league report is brought to you by PNC Bank for the achiever in you.
Well, here it is. Chance Sisco, fine catcher, 2nd round pick a couple years ago, 2013. And post All-Star break, he's put up some big numbers in Delmarva. 389, a home run, 27 RBIs in the 36 games. And this season, 346 batting average, 4 homers, 50 RBI in 84 games. That 346 is the highest batting average in South Atlantic League. He's 19 years old, so this guy can hit. I was talking to farm director Brian Graham, said he has great makeup. He's a real good catcher, learning the tools of the trade, and great to see that they have young prospects coming up through.
Pujols flies out, 2 down here in the 5th inning. So Tillman, after his next 1, 2, 3s, had 9 pitches thrown in the 3rd. Now trying to do that here in the 5th, and one of those big pitcher innings where your team's giving you the lead and you come back out and you try and get them down 1, 2, 3. Hamilton up, flied out to right field, is grounded out, picked up an RBI. Calhoun's got an RBI and a single. 1 run scored on an error, an unearned run. Sac fly by Conger. Orioles have picked up a Machado RBI double, a Jones solo home run, 3 RBI homer by Nick Markakis. The Orioles up here by 2. Shift on. Hamilton puts it in the air, center field. Jones going back and just looking way back, and that'll come off the wall. No, goodbye home run. It hit the back of it, beyond the outfield wall, off the facing of the stands. Immediate signal given. Mark Rippinger, the second base umpire, and Hamilton's got another home run, his 11th in this ballpark in 24 games.
Well, he loves hitting here, and he gets a changeup out over the plate. You see the good extension, very aggressive He goes out and gets it, hammers it to center field. He did have a 4-home run game here last season.
So Hamilton gets his 6th of the year, and it's back to a 1-run game. This thing just won't die. The offense is on fire here, making every hit count. The Orioles have gone 6 runs, 6 hits, 5 runs, 6 hits for the Angels. And here is Ibar. He is grounded out and flied out in the ball game. So Hamilton brings the Angels to within 1. 0-1 delivery, and a swing and a miss, and a pitch down and into him. 0-2. The Orioles bullpen active now. Brad Brock. Tillman has walked only 1 and struck out 5. Weaver's walked 4 and has struck out 3. 0-2 delivery, and a great pitch. Play's got to be made at first base. Tagged there by Pierce. Ibar's strikeout victim. Hamilton picking up the home run, and it is a 6-5 Orioles lead. We're talking about our Jeep Inside the Numbers.
Yeah, pretty impressive offensive output tonight. Now take a look at the 3 games that they played out in Los Angeles, and the Angels had 18 hits in the 3 games. The Orioles had 19. Well, tonight 6 hits apiece, so already starting to swing the bat in the series of runs. The Angels only had 7 runs in the 3 games. They've already got 5 tonight. Orioles had 10 out there and 6 tonight. So pretty big offensive production. The home runs getting close as well. Angels only hit the 1 out in LA and already have 1 here. Orioles inching a little bit closer with a couple already.
First ball hitting and popped up first base. And CRUZ will be retired. And Nelson's 0 for 2 and a walk in the ball game. 1 down, 5th inning. When the Orioles win, everyone wins, and all season long. When the Orioles win and score 5 or more, note there are 6 on the board. You get 50% off regular menu price online orders at papajohns.com by entering promo code Orioles5. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, valid at participating Baltimore area Papa John's. And that pitch will be taken for a strike. Delmon Young already 2 for 2, a double, single in the ball game. Jared Weaver trying to find a way to get the Orioles out. Another base hit. Delmon Young is 3 for 3 in the ball game. Don't bother pitching to him. Just give him first or second and get it over with.
Another great piece of hitting right there from Delmon Young. And you know what a tribute to him, how he keeps himself prepared. I mean, stays so quiet in the box and just has that sense of where the bat head is all the time. Squares another one up and beats it through the infield.
It is his 10th multi-hit game and his 4th 3-hit ball game of the season for Delmon Young. And keep in mind, it's only his 48th game. He's played less than half of what the regulars have played. He gets a big jump off first base, just trying to entice Conger maybe to throw down there. 1 down, 1 on. Hardy up, base hit, RBI. He is flied out to center field. Orioles going around for the 3rd time in their at-bats here in the 5th inning. 0-1 count. Weaver the look. Hardy will take the pitch, and that's going to be away and low. And a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
You see that frustration that Jared Weaver carries with him out on the mound, just looking up to the heavens, looking for some help here. Very upset that he doesn't have that command that we've seen in the past with that really good outing he had in the last start against the Orioles.
1-1 delivery, and a round on that headed towards the seats, and it will end up there. Bear in mind, Weaver's not lost in 7. His last loss was on June 16 against the Indians. Since then, he's gone 4-0 with an ERA coming into this ball game of 2.68 in the last 7 ball games, and the Orioles have more than doubled that ERA and threatening to add more. 1 ball, 2-strike count. Pierce waiting on deck. Young off first. Pitch is on the outside corner. Strikeout number 4 for Weaver.
JJ not liking that call. Weaver finally getting a little help from the home plate umpire as the slider sweeps across. Does it catch the corner? Well, it does look like it did. Just a little extra bite on the end as it worked itself off the plate, but when the ball passes the plate, it might have caught the black right on the edge.
So 2 down, shift on, Pierce up. Steve Pierce has popped out, drawn a walk, rips it foul. In effect, in the ball game, Mike was talking about it, really the 4 walks he's given up have all scored. Now technically that's not true, because he walked Pierce to lead off the 4th, but there was a replacement. Flaherty hit into a fielder's choice, took over at first base with 1 out, and ended up scoring. So the walk opened that up.
Right,
and
right.
While he reached on a fielder's choice, it was the walk that set up the inning. Technically 3 out of 4 base on balls have scored. And Pierce unable to get a good cut on that off-speed pitch. 0-2. There is Chris Tillman. Chris getting the advantage of the runs here in this ball game, but it is far from over, and Brad Brock looks like he's going to be coming into the ball game because he's still up in the bullpen. Here's the 0-2 delivery, popped him up, shortstop. Ibar may be called off. Navarro does and drops it. Called him off too late, and the runner should be at second and isn't. And Steve Pierce is a hustling ball player, but that's one where he's got to be at second base. And Young ends up over at third.
Yeah, carried a little of the frustration with him. A pitch that he wanted to hit out of the ballpark. And here you see the miscommunication, then some tentativeness from Navarro, kind of gator arming it in there. And the ball drops in. Take a look at Pierce. Oh, he wanted it. There's some frustration there. He was kind of jogging down. He tries to turn it on, but a little too late. Potentially a big opportunity if he's standing at second base. And here is the miss by Navarro.
Could almost see that coming. That was a ball Navarro probably should have called for a little earlier.
Sure. And even Ibar was right there.
Yeah.
Just wave your arms and take control.
It'll go as a base hit, I assume. You don't have to give a person a base hit on a ball like that that should have been caught. Wow, good for the official score. They called it an error, and that's right. It's an E7. Figuring Navarro should have been the one to play it, and even though nobody ever touched it, that doesn't matter. If it's a ball that should have been caught, it should be an error, and it is. So the Orioles get runners at first and third with 2 down. Weaver, 1-0 pitch, floats that one in there for a strike at 76 miles an hour.
He's been kind of going to the changeup, feeling pretty comfortable there with that pitch. 76. Locate it pretty well, getting the strike on the outside corner there to Flaherty.
An error opening the inning up for the Orioles to add to their lead. And the pitch, Weaver tripping a little bit as he followed through on that, and the count goes to 2-1. Orioles 2 for 4 with runners in scoring position in the ball game. Flaherty trying to make it happen. Fielder's choice, ground ball out. 0 for his last 13 for Ryan Flaherty. And now would be an ideal time to end that one. Young with the lead off third. Pierce at first. 2-1 delivery. Flaherty and a ball down and away to him. 2-2.
Another pretty good changeup, and actually probably one of his better changeups. You saw it fade down and away. Just off the bat head of Flaherty to pick up that second strike.
Kind of pitch that used to be called a screwball if it went away from the hitter. Here's the 2-2, and that's in the dirt. Conger. And another 3-2 count. You're seeing a pitcher, as we talked about before, does not have his stuff, trying to find a way to maneuver through innings. 3-2 down. Young at third. Pierce at first. And Flaherty the RBI chance with 2 out. Full count delivery, runner goes, slow roller foul.
Just keeps coming with the changeup. Aware that Ryan Flaherty, good fastball hitter, and a hitter that would like to hit himself out of a little bit of a mini slump here. To take advantage of that aggressiveness. Ryan Flaherty able to foul off the tough change.
What a struggle this has been for these pitchers, huh?
It really has.
Wow.
They both have labored through. Tough jams the whole way through.
Again, the 3-2. Again, Pierce will be running. Flaherty will put it up in the air to right field. Calhoun right there, and he's got it. So no runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 are left on base. And Chris Tillman probably out of the game, but a chance to be the winner.
He did have a couple good strikeouts in the ball game. Fastball working early to get Calhoun chasing up and away, and then Mike Trout, very dangerous hitter. Fastball up and in. Good change up there, and here's a big curveball to get Calhoun for his second strikeout. Ibar going down on a nasty breaking ball. Chris Tillman really battled himself through this ball game. Pitching 5 innings, gave up runs in every inning but one. The third a clean inning, but tonight trying to find command. Didn't quite have the command of his off-speed pitches that we'd seen in the past. So that fastball usage ticked up to 64%. See, on the season, when he's on his game, 53%, and then more off-speed pitches, 35% breaking balls. Tonight, kind of laboring through. 5 innings pitched to 6 hits and 5 runs allowed. Remember, the Jiffy Lube pitching change. Change is good, especially when it's your oil getting changed at Jiffy Lube. Give your vehicle relief with regular oil changes at Jiffy Lube and help stretch the life of your engine. Here is the call to the bullpen. It's Brad Brach. This season, he's been in 20 games, 4-0 record, 3.31 earned run average, 31 punch-outs, and 15 base on balls. Opponents hitting just 224. Lefties up to 260. The righties, though, down to 200.
And Kendrick goes after the first pitch. High fly ball to right. Markakis over near the line, puts it away. Kendrick, who had a double and a single and 2 runs scored, is retired. That's the 3rd inning he has led off, and he's got on and scored in each of the previous 2. So 1 down here in the 6th inning. There is Chris Tillman. Tillman has not lost a ball game where the Orioles have scored 3 or more runs in it. He is 7-0 in those ball games. They've done that here, and he's going to keep that record alive because he can't lose this one. Could be non-decision, but can't lose it. Here is Navarro. Navarro is singled, and he has grounded out. 4-game hit streak for him. Brock's delivery will be taken away. Most of these hitters have not had at-bats against Brad Brach. Navarro, 1-0. And that will be at the knees for a strike.
And Brad Brach will give him something different to look at. They're one of these cross-body deliveries, very tough to pick up the baseball. And Brach holds some pretty good velocity on his fastball up in the mid-90s. There's a good breaking ball and change as well.
Down to third base. Manny Machado's got this one. And Navarro is retired, 2 away. Well, when the Orioles take on the Mariners Friday at 7:05, the first 20,000 fans 15 and over get the Orioles 60th anniversary 3/4 sleeve T-shirt. Celebrate the 60th anniversary season of the Birds and helping the O's push for the postseason. Get your tickets at Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. Quick 2 outs here in the 6th inning. Here's Freeze. Fielder's choice, and he is struck out. And the ball get away. Freeze has faced Brach, and he's hit 2 home runs off it. 2 for 2.
And you know Brach knows that. He's aware of that.
1-0 delivery. He was going for another one. Brach did not pitch against the Angels in the series last week. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 down. And it's now up to the bullpens. Mike Morin still in the bullpen. 1-1 delivery on the way. That'll miss down low. Orioles bullpen continues to be a very solid part of their season. It has gotten better as the years rolled along. Bullpen 5th in ERA. Dave Wallace, pitching coach. That one fouled away. The Angels come in with a bullpen that is ranked 8th, but it's a bit misleading because they've made a lot of changes in their bullpen. And over the last month in particular, it has been very, very good.
Yeah, pretty much dominant. I mean, they picked up Houston Street. Done a nice job filling in that closer role. Mike Scioscia's made some moves to strengthen that bullpen. That had been kind of a sore spot for them first couple months of the season, but they have really picked up the pace.
That'll go to second. Flaherty's got a hustle, running throw made, and a good one. 1-2-3 inning. Brach comes on and gets them out of there. Orioles have the lead by 1. The O's do-ups brought to you by Mazda, Hundley, Markakis, Machado.
Inning catches up to the high fastball from Weaver, 98 miles an hour off the bat, and the Orioles score first. Here, Manny Machado gets on a fastball up and away, 99 miles an hour off the bat, scoring Hundley all the way from first base. And then Nick Markakis creates some serious torque by pulling those hands in tight, 103 miles an hour off his bat. It's a 3-run shot for Markakis. Well, Jared Weaver out of the ballgame after just 5 innings of work. Orioles offense really made him work. 7 hits given up, 6 runs, all 6 of them earned, 4 walks, very uncharacteristic of Weaver, and 4 strikeouts on the night. 101 pitches for an early exit. Remember, Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And now Mike Morin in the ballgame. 39 games this season, 2.50 earned run average, 39 strikeouts to 10 base on balls. Opponents hitting just 236. Lefties way up to 315. The righties way down to 155. Pretty good mix of the fastball, slider, and change from Moore.
He's a youngster, only 23 years old, just turned 23, out of Overland Park, Kansas. Went to the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. He's only had, this is just his 3rd pro season, so only 2+ years in the minors. Nick Hundley up against him, and the pitch will be taken down low for a ball. Hundley has drawn 2 walks in the game and scored both of them. In that number 9 hole, productive. Orioles up by a run, 6-5, bottom of the 6th inning. Hundley will take it away. Talked about the bullpen change. The ERA through the first 66 games was 4.36. The last 35, 2.45. They have cut the ERA in half in the bullpen since they made those changes. Here's the 2-0 delivery. That's a ground ball to short. Ibar over to Pujols. 1 away here in the 6th. Markakis and Manny Machado will be due up. Guillemette is back with the Orioles. Boy, you talk about an up and down season. P.J. McFarland on a bereavement 3-day leave with his grandmother passing away, and we send our condolences to the family. And as a result, Guillemette is back on the roster. Oftentimes he's come and gone so quickly, Preston never leaves. He just disappears from the roster, but he's still around. Markakis will take it for a strike. Home run in the 4th inning, his 8th of the year, good for 3. That has put the Orioles on top. One of 2 home runs off Jared Weaver in the ballgame. Weaver's 7 consecutive starts without a loss at stake in this game. Fouled off, but obviously the way this thing has gone, long way to go.
Well, Nick Markakis, most multi-hit games this season. He is on the list. Altuve leading the way with 46, but there's Nick Markakis, 38 multi-hit games this year, and of course he does have that 3-run shot, so looking to add to that total and make it 39 tonight.
Nick has 10 career home runs now against Angel pitching, 260 average. 0-2 delivery, and the off-speed pitch somehow found a way to beat it foul, and the count will stay at 2 strikes. The Orioles' consistent right fielder, who has hung around that 300 batting average, down to 285 at the moment, but you can expect it to be right back up there around 300 given another couple of weeks. Hitting only 247 in July for Nick. And the pitch will be taken. The ball and 2 strikes.
Boy, but doesn't it seem like he's always in the middle of something big, whether it be a base on ball or picking up a base hit, or he's the guy that might drive in the run, in the 1 inning, but to really ignite the Orioles offense. So always a part of this productive offensive lineup.
And the big glove. That one he turned on. It was inside. Play made by Kendrick for the out. 2 ground ball outs. And there are 2 away here in the 6th inning. That'll bring up Manny Machado. Manny doubled in the 2nd inning, picking up an RBI. 1 for 3 in the ball game. Machado against the Angels on the season. He's picked up 1 hit in 6 at bats. 2 down, nobody on. 6-7-1 for the Orioles, 5-6-1 for the Angels. And the pitch will miss up high for a ball. Right now, the unearned run the Orioles got in the second inning is the difference in the ball game. Here's the 1-0 delivery to him.
We'll take a look at most consecutive home games reaching base, an active streak. Now that's of course by a walk or a hit by pitch or a base hit. Manny Machado picked up that big double to extend this streak of 13 games consecutive times reaching base. Steve Pearce on that list as well with 13. Michael Bourne leading the way with 19.
1-1 delivery on the way, and the pitch taken inside. 1 ball, 2 strike count on Manny Machado. Big road trip for the Angels. They got to go to Tampa Bay after this and then play the Dodgers. 8-game road trip, including the 3 here. Orioles get home to take on the Western teams, the Angels and Seattle, in this 6-game stand. Then we'll be getting back into division play. 1-2, outfield shaded to right. Machado takes the pitch inside. Morin thought he might have had a strike, didn't get the call. 2-2.
Well, good pitcher's pitch, but yeah, it was inside off the plate. Nice take by Manny Machado. Morin showing some pretty impressive command here of all of his pitches. Pretty good changeup, good fastball, located inside there to Manny.
2-2 delivery on the way, and the changeup got him. Machado couldn't believe that's what he threw him. A 1-2-3 inning for Mike Morin. Brock goes back to work. Mike Bordick with you. And with the Orioles coming back home, first time since the All-Star break in July 13, you sense in Baltimore real excitement about this ball club. I honestly think it's fair to say it's their division to lose. Not going to be easy, but they've got the spot they want to be in for the moment.
Well, I agree. I think the big test was kind of the challenge to go to the West Coast. I mean, so many teams have gone out west and had to play the Angels, the Oakland A's, and Seattle Mariners and come back, you know, with their tail between their legs. You saw the Toronto Blue Jays start off the month of July going out there, and they got whooped on and really dropped in the standings, and that's when the Orioles were really able to make hay. So the test was, can the Baltimore Orioles go out there and see how they play? They played great. They built their confidence up. They proved that they're one of the best teams in all of baseball, and they're riding some pretty good emotion right now as they take on the next 2 months of the season.
And as we said, you know, they've done this on pitching. Here tonight, maybe the pitching wasn't as good as Tillman has been for the last few starts, but the Orioles offense comes through, and that's, we mentioned that in the open, what you look for. If you can balance that off, the night you don't get your pitching, get some hits. The night you don't get the hits, get the pitching. You're going to win some ball games. Right now, that's what they're doing.
Exactly. The offense really picking up the pace, you know, helping the pitcher out. Chris Tillman has been longing for some run support, and unfortunately he didn't have his stuff tonight, but the Orioles offense responded well.
Conger puts that one up in the air. Shortstop, only one over there on that side of the infield was Manny Machado. They had the infield swung around. So one away as we were in the 7th inning. Jason Grilli, a part of that new bullpen that has pitched so well, getting ready to go. And the Orioles get Brian Mattis ready to go. So it's up to the bullpens now as to how this one's going to finish. Here is Cole Calhoun, their leadoff batter. Calhoun with a single, 1 for 3, couple of strikeouts. Tillman had 5 Ks in the ball game. And that pitch will be taken away for a ball. Brock working his 2nd inning of relief. Home run by Hamilton in the 5th against him.
As the Orioles go to the bullpen a little bit earlier than they've been used to here recently because the starters have done so well. That's a big key. Starting rotation, getting deeper in ball games, keeping that bullpen fresh. Brad Brock induces that easy ground ball to Pierce.
2 down in the inning as promised earlier in the game. Our AT&T fan photo, multiple if you will. 3 for 3 on this one.
All right, taking action shots all the way through.
Bottom shot, orange shirt, nice look. 2 down, nobody on. Here's Trout, the ever dangerous, especially in a 1-run game. And he will be swinging for the fences here. He has walked, scored, struck out, and flied out. Trout with the 0 for 2 in this ball game is now 2 for 13 on the season against the Orioles. He had that 1 home run the Angels had against the Orioles on the West Coast. 2 RBI shot. 0-1-2 away. Outfield, infield, both back. And that one got him. Home plate umpire says caught him on the way by. So Brock hit batter. And that'll put Trout on with 2 down.
Well, a fastball here, 2-seamer riding in off the plate. Just catches a piece of Trout. You want to pitch tough to Trout. I certainly didn't want to hit him there and put him on base. His speed can beat you in so many ways. We saw him on first base when Pujols hit that double, fortunately bouncing over the wall. He would have been able to score easily.
That's the 4th time Trout has been hit by a pitch this year. First hit batter by Brock. Here's Pujols. Infield swung around. A double, 1 for 3 in the ball game for Pujols, and he will take it for a strike. Pujols now with the 512 career homers, 21st. Tied with Eddie Matthews and the great Ernie Banks. Looking forward to catching Williams, McCovey, and Frank Thomas at 521. 0-1 delivery on the way, and he laces it into left field for a base hit. Cruz will give chase. Good speed, Trout. They got to hold him up, though. Good play to get it in by Cruz. And the right throw to second base to hold Pujols to a single. 1st and 3rd, 2 down.
Yeah, it really was a nice defensive play by Nelson Cruz and Buck Showalter. Now we got to go to matchups.
That's why Brian Mattis was up and ready in case they got to Hamilton, who is going to be coming up with runners at 1st and 3rd here in the 7th, and the Orioles up by 1.
Here the numbers on the season: 4.14 earned run average, 34 strikeouts, and the 15 base on balls. Opponent's hitting .267 overall, but he's in the face of the lefties. .222 batting average against him by the lefty hitters. Righties up to .308. And 4 home runs. And Mattis on to face Hamilton, Josh Hamilton, but he's had some pretty good success off him in his career. That's why he's in this spot. You see the numbers. His career versus Brian Mattis, 0 for 11. Those are David Ortiz-like numbers off Brian Mattis. Not much success at all.
So the Orioles bring Mattis in again in a situation for an important out. With runners at first and third and 2 down, Hamilton has hit a home run, his 6th. 2 RBIs, the other on the ground ball, 1 for 3 in the ball game. And he will take the pitch outside for a ball. Angels are 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position in the ball game. They have had double the opportunities the Orioles have had. Trout, the hit batter at third, Pujols the base hit at first. 1-0 delivery, and again won't chase, and the count goes to 2-0.
Hamilton's been really aggressive, so nice try by Brian Mattis, just trying to work the perimeter there, trying to induce some chase and get some soft contact.
2-0 delivery to him, ground ball, that's going to go to short. Hardy, he'll throw to first and not going to get him, and a run will score as the Orioles defense, for one of the few times this year, does not come through. A run that should not have happened has tied this ball game up at 6. Hardy wanted to go to second, nobody was there, but Showalter's going to come out and maybe challenge the call at first base.
Now let's take a look. Pretty routine ground ball. I think Ryan Flaherty just expecting him to go to first with it. J.J. Hardy wanting to take the easy out of second base, but Ryan not there in time. J.J. regrouping, fires it over to first base.
And the decision is not to challenge and to change pitchers. So Buck got the sign after he went out that the runner indeed was safe. And the ball game is now tied up at 6-6 as scoring is Trout, who is hit by a pitch. Pujols goes down to second and Hamilton is on at first.
Infield there. Brian Mattis made the right pitch. Couldn't get that third out. So Tommy Hunter on in now. 35 games this season. 411 earned run average. 27 strikeouts with his 11 base on balls. Opponents hitting .269 overall. Lefties at .246. Righties up to .290. 3 home runs given up on the year by Tommy Hunter.
Tommy took the loss in game 3 in Anaheim. Hunter has work now in 2 games this season. 2 innings, 2 runs, 2 hits, with 3 walks and 2 strikeouts against the Angels. Now that is going to be a single for Hamilton, an infield single and an RBI to tie the game up. Hamilton's got 3 RBIs in the ball game. There are runners on at first and second with 2 down, and Ibar, who is 0 for 3 in the game, coming up to face Hunter with that 4 for 17 and a home run. Kendrick waiting on deck. Boy, in a tough break. So Tillman and Weaver, the 2 starters, are both non-decisioned in this ball game, and now it really is the game belonging to the bullpens. Hit batter Trout with 2 down, then the single by Pujols and that infield hit by Hamilton to tie it up at 6-6. Angels now out hitting the Orioles 8-7, and a timeout asked for by Ibar. This has been some kind of a ball game. If it can happen offensively in this game, it has.
Yeah, a lot of different situations, a lot of different type of plays in the game have led to so many runs from both sides.
Ibar coming in with a 3-game hit streak with the 0 for 3 tonight. Now he's 4 for his last 12. Went to the All-Star game, first time in his career. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Ibar down the line, coming over. CRUZ, he's there, and he's gone. So Tomiata comes on to retire at the side, but a run in, 2 hits, 2 left on. 7th inning stretch time in a tie game. Kevin Gausman takes the mound against Garrett Richards. Our coverage on Masson begins at 6:30 with O's Extra, presented by Geico, followed by game coverage at 7. All the access you need right here on Masson.
Take a look at tomorrow's starters. Garrett Richards is having a breakout season. 11 wins this season. Look at that earned run average of 2.62, 139 strikeouts on the year for Richards. Of course, Kevin Gausman coming into his own here now at the major league level. 4 wins this season, 3.67 earned run average. Should be a great matchup.
To the bullpen we go a little deeper, and a discussion on that play.
Yeah. Bobby Dickerson, the infield coach, talking to Ryan Flaherty about the play that led to the run, the tying run in that last inning. And Ryan Flaherty giving his reasoning, what happened there. Possibly thinking that J.J. Hardy might have been going to first base. And, so he let up a little bit. Jason Greeley, though, now coming in out of the Angels bullpen. 3.69 earned run average, 34 punch-outs, 14 walks on the season for Greeley. 260 batting average overall. Lefties 244 and the righties up to 269.
6-6 game, bottom of the 7th inning. Adam Jones, home run, first inning, 20th. He has struck out and grounded out. Early on to do the pitching, Mike Morin worked an inning and retired the side in order. So Gurley part of that new bullpen, and he's been exceedingly good. 0-1 the count. Orioles are 6-7-1. The Angels are 6-8-1.
Really the good fastball slider combination. A couple good ones right there to Adam Jones. That one a little harder, tighter bite at the end. Adam gives a little chase, but primarily a two-pitch pitcher, especially to the right-handed hitters. He will mix in a change to lefties, but good fastball. Gets it low to mid-90s. And hard sliders, and Adam Jones has seen a couple of them there.
0-2 the count. Gurley's worked one inning against the Orioles. Retired the side in order with 2 strikeouts. Gets the pop-up first base side. Pujols coming in. And he will make the catch. One away in the bottom half of the 7th inning. On Saturday, bring your family out to Oriole Park for a promotion you won't want to miss. First 10,000 fans, 14 and under, at the Orioles-Mariners game. Get the Crush Davis action figure presented by PNC. It is a superhero-style figure of Chris. It will become a fan favorite. Don't miss it. Your chance to add to your Birdland collection. For tickets, Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD. Never mind. One down. Here is CRUZ. He has walked and scored. Popped out and grounded out.
Whatever happened to the bobbleheads? Now we're getting action figures.
Action figures speak louder than bobbleheads, especially when they wear a cape.
Dun, da, da, da.
Come flying into your room to add to your collection. 0-1 count on CRUZ. Gurley's delivery, a tapper that's foul, hit him in the batter's box. So the offensive game. Now the bullpen trying to slow it down for Brad Brock. An inning and 2/3, a run on 2 hits. Brian Madison no part of an inning, 1 hit. Tommy Hunter is still in the ball game, getting the out against the batter he faced. Tillman and Weaver, 2 starters who struggled in this game, are non-decision. CRUZ stepping up. Young waiting on deck. Gurley with a delivery to him. That's popped up. There'll be no play on that one. Ends up in the seats.
Well, that last inning we showed third base coach and infield coach Bobby Dickerson talking to Ryan Flaherty. Well, he went on in the middle of that inning to bring J.J. Hardy into the conversation, and just to make sure everybody's on the same page, understand that if there's a mistake made or a miscommunication, to not let it happen again. And I think that's one of the important things about this team. Take care of business right away. Remind guys about the situations. Stay on top of the ball game. Because as the next 2 months roll on, every play is crucial. Every pitch is crucial. Every base running play. We've seen a couple in this ball game where Jason Hamilton running down the first base line to beat out that single. But then on the other hand, Steve Pearce, could have been on second base in the situation. So those type of plays will show up, and you just really want to be really tight and fine-tuned as you enter the final 2 months of the season, as you chase that postseason.
CRUZ with a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Two delivery on the way, and that one whip foul. So I was going to, you've been there, shortstop side of it. On that play, what's the automatic? What should a second baseman be doing?
Covering second base.
You go
Everybody
there.
has a place to be.
Okay. And you don't say in advance, you wouldn't say to second baseman, if it comes to me, I'm going to first, because you don't know.
Well, that's right. It depends. I think a second baseman kind of reads a shortstop sometimes, and unfortunately Ryan Flaherty read that he thought possibly JJ was just going to come up throwing to first base because he may have been slid over in the hole a little bit on Hamilton. And that would have been something that would have been communicated before the pitch.
That's a fair ball. Play made by Conger to retire CRUZ. Well, Delmon Young has done it again in this ball game. The bat's alive.
Yeah, he has been red hot, swinging so well from the DH spot. Pounds a base hit up the middle, then gets on a pitch, hammers it down the left field line for a double. Then another base hit right back up through the middle. So really knows where the bat hit is right now and keeps himself so prepared. Another big night for Delmon Young as he pounds out 3 hits.
Here in July, Delmon now is 8 for 20. 2 down, nobody on. Toronto leading Boston 3-1. They're in the 8th. Ghost has had a couple of RBIs and a 1 for 3 for the Blue Jays. Stroman's really doing some great pitching for Toronto. Runs 6, hits over 7. De La Rosa 3 runs 9, hits over 6 for Boston. Toronto up 3-1 late. 0-1 the count. 2 down, bases are empty here. Hardy hoping for an at bat on deck. And Young on the slider away. 0-2.
Well, that slider seems to be his bread and butter pitch. Looks to go to against the righties, and hasn't made many mistakes with it, keeping it away, down and away on the outside corner.
Here's the 0-2 delivery to him. Check swing. Held up. Oops. Ball gets away from Grilly. The Orioles only have 2 hitters who are above 200 with 2 strikes. Hardy at 276. Markakis at 255. They're the only 2. The leading hitter in the league with 2 strikes is Victor Martinez, hitting at 315. 1 ball, 2 strike count here. Delmon Young waiting. And did he go? They ask. Kerwin Danley says, yeah. 2-2.
Well, a pretty good slider, a hard one. Goes it down hard in the dirt. Delmon Young, strong like bull, able to keep that bat head back there.
2-2, 2 out. Grilly's almost had him twice, but not quite. And that one's further outside. And a 3-ball, 2 strike count. Young has faced Grilly before, 2 for 4 against the right-hander. Hardy waiting.
Really all sliders. Take a look at the pitch track, and all of them down and away. We'll see if he tries to finish him off with another one.
Outfield very deep. 3-2 delivery. Nope, just came right at him. So Grilly will get the strikeout, and he has a 1-2-3 inning, 6 in a row, retired now by the Angels pitchers. The cast is presented by authority of the Baltimore Orioles and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Baltimore Orioles. Ball game yet to be decided before this big crowd here at Oriole Park at Camden Yards. 6-6. Teams have gone back and forth. Angels got 1 in the first. The Orioles got 2. Angels got 2 in the second. The Orioles got 1. Tied it up 3-3. Angels got one in the fourth. The Orioles got three on a Markakis home run. And the Angels came back in the fifth inning and the seventh. A couple of picket fences and have tied it up 6-6. Tommy Hunter faced one in the seventh inning. Retired Ibar. Now he gets Kendrick. And Kendrick will take the pitch for a strike as we go to the eighth inning. Angels on the road 25-22. The Orioles same differential at home, 3 above 500. Check swing and a breaking ball that'll be outside 1-1.
Tommy Hunter a little challenge here. Hendrick, one of the hotter hitters for the Angels here in the month of July, and a couple hits already in this ball game.
Kendrick and Hunter have had a good deal of time together on the mound and the plate. 4 for 13 lifetime for Kendrick off Tommy Hunter. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Trying to get that leadoff man on now, where both teams are, where 1 run could be the difference in the ball game. 2-1 delivery, roller. Boy, Hunter's got to hustle, threw it away. And a big rebound for the Orioles, and diving back in is Kendrick, who realized he'd made a move to second base. Boy, the Orioles got a break there, and a good play by Flaherty to back it up. That ball ricocheted all the way back out to Flaherty, so Kendrick couldn't take second.
Yeah, great play by Ryan Flaherty. See the little nubber here as the two-seamer rides in on Kendrick, and Tommy Hunter rears back, tries to fire it down, but it goes up the line and it kicks off the wall. Take a look at Ryan Flaherty here. Here's a look at Hunter making the play, and you see it riding up the line, and it kicks off the wall, and Flaherty's in a great position to back up. Kendrick thinking, I'm heading on to second base, but Ryan, a good job.
So the Orioles, another error. That's 2 in the ball game, and this one puts a leadoff man on, and a speedy one. Now Navarro, will he bunt? Machado thinks so in at third. He squares very early and gets away with a pop-up for a strike. And Mike Scioscia playing it here for the 1.
We'll definitely have to do that. Back into both bullpens really solid, so a mark here at the end of the ball game could really prove to be the difference. But boy, haven't we seen the lost art of bunting come into play so much in a lot of ball games. Navarro there really not getting the bat head out in front, giving himself a chance to really see the baseball. See Jepson and Smith up in the Angels bullpen.
Navarro has no sacrifices this year. He has 1 in his major league career. Machado charging, throw over, almost picked Pierce off that time. Navarro did have 13 sacrifices in the minor leagues, so he's been able to bunt in the past. Manny Machado is way in now as Navarro squaring around almost immediately on that last one. 0-1 count. There he is. Takes it, and it's a strike on the inside corner. 0-2.
Good job by Tommy to get ahead here. Navarro upset at himself. You get yourself a little in between. Even with swinging the bat, you get a little tentative sometimes if you're struggling. Well, bunting the same way, so second guessing there and taking the fastball pretty much down the middle of the plate.
Base hit came in the 4th inning for Navarro. Kendrick off first, held by Pierce. Got a good lead over there. Not running. 0-2, strike him out. Bad at bat for Navarro. Does not get it done, and Hunter gets him.
Making pretty easy work. Almost bunts the bunt up and for an out, and then chases a fastball up and away here. See the two-seam fastball, 95 miles an hour, lining up to the outside corner, and Navarro can't catch up with it.
So Freeze coming up, fielder's choice, and scored in the second. He has struck out and grounded out. David Freeze with power. Kendrick not running. Freeze fouls that one almost straight back. Freeze here in this ballpark has picked up 5 hits in 15 at bats in his career. this season against the Orioles, though. He's had only 1 hit in 11 at bats.
Tommy keeps throwing pitches like he just did. Freeze going to continue to have a tough time. That last one, 98 miles an hour.
Freeze late. And the count goes to 0-2. Conger, number 9 hitter, the catcher, waiting on deck, switch hitter. Kendrick is their leading base stealer. Base stealers are 4 for 4 when Hunter's on the mound. Nick Hundley's thrown out 2 of 15. 0-2 delivery. Pitch will miss outside. 1-2. A real good look pitch right there from Tommy Hunter.
Yeah, it was 99 miles an hour. Outside part of the plate.
Mr. Pujols watching. 1-2 delivery. Runner stays again. That'll miss down low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Saying a prayer in his cap.
Oh yeah. Yeah, both managers. I mean, they look so calm, and I really guess experience at the major league level helps that. But preparing ahead, they're planning on matchups, potential extra innings, you know, how they're going to go about it, what they're going to do, what their benches look like, how they're going to be able to match up with the arms left in the bullpens.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 down. Keeping an eye on Kendrick. And a foul ball. So Freeze holds the count at 2-2. Just a super ball game to kick off this 3-game set. Right back with you tomorrow night. 6:30 O's extra. 7 o'clock for the ball game. Kevin Gausman goes for his 5th win. Garrett Richards for his 12th. And then Bud Norris and Tyler Skaggs scheduled in game 3 on Thursday. 2-2 delivery on the way. Freeze in the air and into the seats, foul.
And Freeze fouling off some pretty tough pitches. Tommy, first breaking ball right there. Good little slider. Be careful with those pitches. Make sure you get him down in the zone. You see the pitch track. He's been challenging in the zone with some of his fastballs, but he's got some pretty good movement on the 2-seam fastball, keeping it off the bat head.
2 ball, 2 strike count. Kendrick has not gone at first, and he's not going here. Did he go? They want to check at first. No.
Tommy trying to get that swing, the hard slider down and away. You see Hundley sliding over, and Freeze definitely holding up that swing, but Hundley trying to sell it.
I would think Kendrick's got to go here. 3-2, 1 out. There he goes. Ground ball to third, foul. He'll come back.
I'm really surprised they haven't tried to put him in motion earlier.
Yeah, I was too, to get a runner in scoring position here. Never know the things you don't know.
Yeah, maybe beat up a little bit.
Yep.
Legs a little sore.
Oftentimes the reasons things don't happen as you think they should in the game, and it's the kind of information not made public. 3-2 count. Kendrick running again. Ball fouled away again by Freeze. It's going to be the 10th pitch of the at bat coming from Hunter to Freeze.
See the pitch track, all aggressive in the zone, but good velocity. Freeze a little late on the fastball. 98, 99, a couple of fastballs there.
3-2 again. Runner going. Throw. Hundley. One hopper. Got him. The ball got away. Did he have it long enough? Apparently so, and no argument. Strike him out, throw him out, double play as Hundley gets his 3rd base stealer this season. Kendrick taking out a one-hopper. Flaherty down with a tag.
Beautiful pick here. Nice job by Flaherty, and you see him put the glove down. Kendrick's glove actually spikes Flaherty's glove. So yeah, he got him.
Now we'll wait and see here. There may be a challenge on this. I'm not sure. He's talking to the home plate umpire. If he's challenging, he's supposed to be talking to the second base umpire. He's still looking in. Okay, no challenge. All right, strike him out, throw him out, double play ends it. We go to the bottom half of the 8th inning. Ball game still tied at 6-6. Runs at Fenway this year. Not even a Red Sox player had done that. Pittsburgh Pirates 16 straight wins when scoring in the first inning. That sets a mark for them that goes back to 1928. And the San Francisco Giants, 5 total runs scored during a 5-game losing streak. That is the worst stretch offensively over 5 games since June of 1992.
The Angels bringing a new pitcher, Kevin Jepsen. 49 games, 1.88 earned run average, 52 strikeouts, 16 walks. He is a power arm coming out of this pen. 164 opponent average overall. Lefties at 203 and the righties down to 125. He can rush his fastball up there in the mid to high 90s. And a power slider and change as well.
Jepsen did not appear against the Orioles on the West Coast trip. He works here as the Orioles try and get one across, more if they can, but get that lead here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Hardy, Pierce, Flaherty. Single, a strikeout, and a fly ball out. Picked up RBI base hit in the first inning. Jepsen starts him out with a strike. Well, the bullpen's done a good job. Moore and Grilly. Couple innings combined, 2 strikeouts, gave up nothing. Hardy a chopper, fair. Jepsen in the dirt. Pujols with a pick, and they record the out.
Pretty nice play right there by Jepsen. Tough job. It looked like he had a little hesitation coming off the mound. You see the tapper, you see a little bit of a freeze, and then gets himself under control. The bare hand pick and throws a power sinker. The Pujols picks out of the dirt to get the first out.
One down here in the 8th. Pierce coming up. He has popped out, reached on a walk, reached on an error. Steve's had an interesting night. One down, hitting at .316 on the year. Infield shift on against him, and the pitch is taken for a strike. Oriole closer Zach Britton. Gibson second in the majors in scoreless appearances this season. He's had 46 of them. Here's the 0-1 delivery, and the pitch taken up high. Last outing was against the Tigers. Worked an inning, got him out on the 26th 3 days ago. He's had one scoreless inning each of the last 4 times out to the mound. 1 ball, 1 strike. Heater.
Yeah, 96. Pretty good arm, and he's got some deception there. A bit of violence. Starts off real slow. And he kind of stabs that arm in the back. That front leg kind of kicks out. Real aggressive on his approach to the plate.
1 ball, 2 strike count. Going after the heater upstairs at 97.
That's the rising fastball right there, just taking off at the top of the zone, 97 miles an hour. And it does appear like it's going uphill. Steve Pearce trying to catch up to it, but the bat head just underneath the ball.
Angel pitchers have recorded 7 strikeouts tonight. Oriole pitchers have 6. And here is Flaherty. Fielder's choice, scored in the 4th inning, is grounded out. And we'll take the pitch outside for a ball. No, the Orioles with 2 down here in the 8th. Offenses have been quieted by both bullpens. 1-0 delivery. Fastball away. Yankees trail Texas 4-1. 6th inning. They don't anymore. 4-4 ball game. Aaron Sevius had a big night, going 3 for 3, 3 RBIs in the ball game. Beltran's had a 1 for 3, 2 RBIs. McCarthy and Martinez pitching in that one. Both have given up 4 runs. And a big cut. Mano a mano on that one. 2-1.
Ryan Flaherty, the real good fastball hitter, gets himself in a good fastball count. Gets beat as that fastball elevated to the top of the zone. 96 miles an hour there.
2-1 to Flaherty with 2 down, nobody on. Gibson's delivery. Foul back. Rebounding all the way out to him. See how he retires sides in order frequently. With a couple of Ks in each inning. Two ball, 2 strike count. Flaherty in the air, center field. It's deep. Trout going back at the wall with room, and he's got it. And Flaherty is retired. 3 up and 3 down. We go to the 9th inning, still tied. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. And by Chapin Davis, providing investments that can produce income from your retirement plan. Call to learn more at 800-222-3246 or at chapindavis.com. Gary Thorne, Mike Bordick with you. First of 3 against the Angels. Ball game tied at 6-6, and the Oriole closer on in the 9th.
Yeah, Zach Britton brought in to try to shut this Angels offense down and give the Orioles offense another chance. 20 saves in his 23 opportunities. That earned run average at 1.71, and he has been dominant here recently. Opponents hitting 184 overall, lefties at 188, righties at 182. His last 5 saves, he hasn't even allowed a base runner. Hitters over 13 with 8 strikeouts in his last appearance to pick up a save. Struck out the side in Seattle. And mixing in his more of his arsenal here recently. I mean, he's had great success with that power 2-seam fastball, but he's got the big slider that's been working for him. And some other off-speed pitches as well.
Chris Iannetta will be the pinch hitter for Conger in the number 9 spot. Conger an RBI sac fly 0 for 2. Iannetta against Britton. And the first one fouled away. Iannetta's hit the left-handers this year, going at a .313 clip, including 5 home runs. All 5 of his home runs against lefties. So Chris Iannetta leads it off. Then the top of the order, Calhoun and Trout. For Britton, he's picked up 2 saves in the 3 games played in Anaheim. 2 for 2 in saves against the Angels this year. And the pitch will miss inside. Britton worked 2 innings in those games and gave up nothing and had 3 strikeouts. Smith and Street. Good law firm. 1 ball, 1 strike on Iannetta. In the 9th inning, it's tied. Run came in the 7th that would tie it up on an infield hit by Hamilton on a misplay by the Orioles defense. There has been an unearned run picked up by the Angels. That came in the 2nd inning on a throwing error by Chris Tillman. Iannetta waiting on the 1-2 and checks, and he's gone. So Britton gets him.
Pretty nasty pitch there. 96-mile-an-hour 2-seam fastball. The bottom of the zone in an unhittable spot. Iannetta's thinking he can get there and says, no way. If I do anything with this, I'm probably going to come out with a broken ankle, fouling it off his foot. Great pitch by Zach Britton.
That'll bring Calhoun up. 1 away and nobody on. Calhoun 264 off left-handers. Manny Machado moves in even with the bag at 3rd, and a big cut for strike 1.
Seen some great arms rolling out of both of these bullpens. Power arms up in the mid-90s. Zach Britton with some of the best movement, though, on that 2-seam fastball.
Here's the 0-1 delivery to him, and a check swing and a pitch away, and that's a strike. So Calhoun fooled on it, gets behind 0-2. Britton getting him to go after that breaking ball. Brock, an inning and 2/3, a run on 2 hits. Take a look.
The breaking ball ends up about 1.5 feet off the plate. But you got to get so geared up to catch up to Britton's fastball. You overcommit.
36,882 the attendance. 36,882. Great crowd on this Tuesday, and they all called that a strike. The final vote on that was 1 to 36,882, and as Thomas Jefferson said, the 1 has it. Here's the 1-2 delivery and a breaking ball down low. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Breaking ball, Britton's kind of spikes it. Take a look at the ball, though. Hundley slides down to block, and it slides up underneath the face mask and gets into the chest protector.
I think you could put catchers in an iron box with no holes, no windows, no doors, and a ball would hit them. Doesn't matter how much equipment you have on, it finds a way. 2-2 delivery by Britton and a grounder towards first. Pierce backs up, makes the lob toss. Nice play by Britton. A good receiver, able to reach back, not worried about getting tackled.
That was quite a play right there, both by Pierce and Zach Britton. Great athleticism and timing by both. See the good pitch, kind of getting in on the hands. Britton, nice route over to first base, but doesn't panic, picks up the baseball. Pierce in retreat mode, creating the angle. And then the soft toss with some touch. It's Britton on the run. Nice play there. Pick up the second out.
Slant pattern.
Yeah.
2 down. So always a dangerous at bat. Trout coming up, hit by a pitch, scored in the 7th. Walk scored in the 1st. So officially in the game 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a fly ball out. 274 off lefties, 8 of his 24 home runs against southpaws. He will take the pitch down low for a ball.
This is a little scary time here for the Orioles because we had talked about the danger of Mike Trout in the bottom of the zone, and Zach Britton is at his best when he throws that sinker down there, and certainly there's enough movement to keep it off the bat head, but Trout is geared up for that bottom third.
1 ball, 1 strike count. That one caught the outside corner. Orioles have been able to hold Trout pretty much intact here so far this season. 2 hits, 13 at bats. Did have a home run in the Anaheim series. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery to him. Going for another one there. He fouls it off. 1-2.
Seen so many times great hitters. I think they get a good pitch from Zach Britton, but that late life right in the zone is what makes him so effective. And so many guys top the ball, they end up hitting the top half of the baseball, and you see those weak ground balls in the infield, and a lot of times just pulled foul.
1-2 delivery on the way. Trout will take it. One of those new numbers in baseball. Runs created. Complicated formula, but RBIs, runs scored, on base percentage kind of thing, take away double plays. Trout is the major league leader, 92 runs created. CRUZ leads the Orioles 63. 2-2 delivery on the way. Trout will take it outside. 3-2.
Well, Trout every year talked about his most valuable player. I mean, he can win games in so many ways, offensively, defensively. Most impactful players in the game.
3-2, 2 down, 9th inning. And that one lifted to left field, will fall in for a base hit. Trout will make the turn, force the throw by CRUZ, but he gets it in. So with 2 away in the 9th inning, he's on for Pujols. Sign up for the Casey Cares 5K at Oriole Park on Saturday. O's outfielder Nick Markakis and his wife sponsoring it. All proceeds benefiting the critically ill children. Visit CaseyCares5K.org to register. That's coming up Saturday, 8 a.m. And a great cause, and always a lot of people involved in it. You get your Saturday morning run in, and you benefit a great charity.
That's right. You sure do. Nick Markakis and his wife have done so many good things, and that's certainly a great cause here in the Baltimore community.
Pujols is 2 for 2. He's got a double 2 for 4 rather. Double single. He'll take the pitch away. Pujols off the lefties this season. 284. He's had 6 of his 20 home runs off lefties. Zach Britton, the Oriole closer, trying to finish the inning out. Give the Orioles a chance, bottom of the 9th, in a tie game. Infield shift on against Pujols. The house is quiet. 1-0 delivery, hit him in the box. 1-1.
Well, dangerous Hall of Fame type player at the plate right now. One swing of the bat can do some tremendous damage. Great speed at first base. Try to get through the heart of this lineup.
Nothing slows the game down like speed, and nothing quiets a house like a star. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pujols, big chopper foul. So Zach Britton gets ahead of him, a ball and 2 strikes. Oriole fans getting into it here for the strikeout or the out against Pujols. This is the first time these two have matched up. One-two delivery. 2-2.
I'm sure Pujols, if this is the first time he's seen him, pretty impressed with that late movement he gets on the power fastball. Trying to figure out the adjustment he has to make to square up the baseball. You see the pitch track. Some good pitches down at the bottom of the zone. Great location down and away. This isn't coming in there straight at 95, 96. It's got some late life in that zone.
Runner off first. 2-2. Pujols fouls it off and got a piece of Hundley. Hundley trying desperately to make a catch on that. It was tipped off the end of the bat and it got him.
Yeah, this ball taken off away, riding well off the plate. Pujols gets a piece not only of the ball but Hundley's foot, the instep there, catches him flush. That one doesn't feel too good.
Well, so far, 1 inning, neck, instep.
Yeah.
Trout with a 2-out single on at first base. Pujols, 2-2 count. Britton will throw over. Here's the 2-2 delivery. Pujols gets fooled and fouls it off again. How did he get that?
Wow. That's a nasty breaking ball. Shows the skill of Pujols. I mean, somehow, completely fooled on this pitch. Look at the bite on the breaking ball and somehow able to reach out there to keep this at bat alive. Just gets enough of it.
So 2 pitches. He's just fouled off. Keeps him in there. 2-2 delivery again. Pujols fouls that one off.
Quite a battle right here. Zach Britton, one of the best arms in the game, going after one of the best power hitters in the history of the game.
22 pitches thrown by Britton in the inning. 8th pitch of this at bat coming up. Toronto's beaten Boston 4-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 down. Trout off first. 2-2, third time. Pujols puts it up in the air. Jones coming in. Britton wins the battle. Side retired. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left. Put those seatbelts on. Pull it tight. Put those seatbelts on. Bottom of the 9th. As we do here, see what the Orioles can do with it in the bottom of the ninth inning. We invite you to join the Birds, a very special event coming on Friday, August 8th. Orioles mark their 60th anniversary. Appearances by more than 20 Orioles Hall of Famers, including legends Brooks Robinson, Cal Jr., Frank Robinson, Jim Palmer, Eddie Murray. And stay after the 7:05 game for fireworks and a laser light show and special on-field ceremonies you won't want to miss. Get your tickets now for this great event. That's visit Orioles.com/60 or go 888-848-BIRD. Mr. Smith comes to Baltimore.
Yeah, Joe Smith is the Angels version of Darren O'Day. 2.08 earned run average, 4 wins this season, 49 strikeouts, 9 walks. He's holding opponents to 185 batting average overall. Lefties up 233. Righties down to 128. Only giving up the 3 home runs, and he is the sidearm submarine type sinker specialist. Also has the slider in the mix. Will give the Orioles hitters a tough look as he comes from that different angle.
Iannetta will stay in the ball game to form the new battery after pinch hitting. So Smith on. The right-hander works first to Nick Hundley. Then the top of the order, Markakis and Manny Machado. Smith, 30-year-old sidearmer, delivers, and it will be fouled off for a strike. Smith works against the Tigers on the 27th inning, gave up nothing. He hasn't given up a run in 19 of his last 20 appearances. Joe Smith. Orioles need 1 to put it away. Hundley's walked twice and scored, grounded out 0 for 1. And that's to first. Pujols the dive. Can he get him? Smith. Yep. That was a little short put right there by Pujols. We've seen some interesting plays over there tonight.
Yeah, just kind of pushed it over to Smith. Nice job actually making the play. Well, snuck it by him. Hundley, surprise attack coming the other way. Pujols able to glove it, but then just a little shot put push on to Smith to get the out.
Nick Markakis, home run, 4th inning. His 8th, good for 3.
And Nick Markakis, he got on the inside fastball from Weaver, just a missile down the right field line, 3-run shot.
And he'll take this pitch from Smith for a ball. Orioles have the home runs by Markakis and Jones. Adam a solo homer 1st inning, both coming off Weaver. Manny Machado's had an RBI double. Hardy's had an RBI single. For the Orioles, 6 runs. Home run by Hamilton on the other side. Calhoun's picked up an RBI base hit. O'Day in the bullpen. Hamilton's had 3 RBIs in the ballgame, leading the Angels. 1 unearned run on an error, and an RBI sac fly by Conger when he was in the ballgame. And that's where we are, 6-6, bottom half of the 9th. Machado waiting on deck. That one's going to be a base hit into right field. So Markakis is on. 2nd hit of the ball game. Potential winning run on with 1 out.
Another multi-hit game from Nick Markakis, and a great approach. It's that front foot down. This 2-seam sinking fastball right at the bottom of the zone. You see the foot get down, and look at the head position as he gets behind the baseball, dropping that bat head right into the zone. Beautiful piece of hit.
Machado has faced Smith only once, gone 1 for 1. Smith not in those ball games, 3 games in Anaheim last week. Markakis back to the bag. Pujols holding. Machado waiting on the delivery, and a chopper that'll go to short. Ibar to Kendrick to Pujols. Free baseball. We go to the 10th. Orioles, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, nobody left. Ball game tied 6-6 at the end of 9. Now 19 and 16 one-run games, fourth in the American League. They have 24 come from behind wins. They win this, it would be a come from behind win since the Angels scored top of the first inning. Their 11-3 record in extra innings includes a 5-0 mark in July, and when scoring 4 or more, 44-13.
Well, looks pretty promising for the Orioles. I mean, a great extra inning record, good numbers when scoring 4 or more runs, and they have been hot this month. That 5-0 record in the extra inning ball game, so certainly used to some clutch performances. Pretty ironic how those numbers kind of matching up to their success back in 2012 when they made it to the postseason. They were very good in extra inning ball games. On comes Darren O'Day to try to close the door on this Angels offense with 1.17 earned run average. Opponents hitting just 204. Overall, the lefties at 228 and the righties down to 190.
Bullpens have been in charge of this game, with Tillman going 5 innings, 5 runs, 4 earned, 6 hits, and Jared Weaver going 5 innings, 6 runs on 7 hits while he was out there. So both are non-decision. The Orioles, 11 Orioles had been retired in a row before that base hit by Nick Markakis was picked up in the 9th inning. Now Darren O'Day. Hamilton, already a big night, laces that one to left field but right at CRUZ, and Hamilton's gone on 1 pitch with 3 RBIs and a homer in the game. 1 away in the 10th. RBI baseball is back with all 30 MLB teams and 14 players, 2,014 players. You get the retro 2-button style baseball game you've been missing. Visit RBIGame.com for more details and download today on your console and mobile device. Ibar's an 0 for 4 in this ball game. Ibar's 3 for 6 lifetime off O'Day. Manny Machado step on the grass at third. Ibar takes the off-speed pitch outside for a ball. The Angels are 6 and 5 in one-run ball games this year. Mike Scioscia's ball club, in extra inning games rather. Mike Scioscia's team 17 and 13 in one-run games. O'Day, the 1-0 pitch, ground ball to first. Pierce backing up. Again O'Day.
Nice play right there. Darren O'Day, a great athlete, gets over there in plenty of time. And Steve Pierce doing a nice job over at first base. He gets himself a pretty good hop. So I'm getting in that retreat mode once again. The big drop step. See the reaction here. Just the feet. A couple slide steps back to create the angle and get the big hop. Easy feed to Darren O'Day.
O'Day appeared in one of the games in Anaheim, worked an inning, gave up nothing, and had a strikeout. 2 down here in the 10th inning. Kendrick, double, single, 2 runs scored. 2 for 4. Hitting at 294. And will take the pitch away for a ball. Kendrick has had his struggles against O'Day, 2 for 12.
A lot of hitters who had much success off Darren O'Day.
Ball game tied at 6. We're in the 10th. In the air, right center field, Markakis. It'll come back to him. And O'Day has a solid inning, setting the side down in order. Orioles will try and put it away in the 10th. 4. In '97, the Orioles purchased the contract of Harold Baines from the Chicago White Sox, and he went on to have those great years in an Orioles uniform. In 1988, the Orioles traded Mike Boddicker to the Red Sox. Brady Anderson and Curt Schilling would come the other way. And in 2010, the O's announced they had hired Buck Showalter as their new manager, and that he would be taking over for Juan Samuel on August the 3rd. The announcement made today that Buck was coming.
Yeah, a lot of things have changed since Buck's arrival. One of the great managerial signings for the Orioles, really changing the whole organization around top to bottom. Has bred a new feel for confidence and the right way to do things. And a lot of players have thrived under his command.
Adam Jones will lead it off. Smith remains on the mound, and the pitch taken. He's already had one dinger.
Adam Jones, one of those players, and he got a hold of a fastball up and away in the first inning. Coming out of the park for his 20th of the year.
Good pitch down and into him right there from Smith. Adams 1 for 8 off the Angels side armor. 1 for 4 in the ballgame. 1 ball, 1 strike delivery to him. That's going to go to short. Ibar. Jones retired. 1 down, 10th inning. That'll bring up Nelson Cruz. Nelson's had a walk and a run scored, 0 for 3 at the plate. Nelson came in hitting .244 in July, 4 home runs this month. He and Chris Davis have led the Orioles in July in homers with 4. Jones has 4. Now 5. So actually Adams on top of the home run he had in this ball game. Cruz would like to put one away right here. 0-1 delivery to him. Nelson's had one of those big discrepancies here at home, hitting only .226 coming into the game and .312 on the road. 19 home runs on the road and 10 here. 1-1 delivery from Smith to third. Fair ball. Oh, mercy. Freeze gets him. What a pick that was.
It sure was. Tough play. Chopper down the line, and it was coming in hot. Freeze got himself in a good position here. See him kind of take that step in and then kind of just hooding the baseball, filling up that whole glove, giving it more of an opportunity to go in. And sure enough, he came up with the ball and made the easy throw.
So that will bring up Delmon Young, the Oriole DH, a 3 for 4, 2 singles, a double, and he is struck out. 2 down, nobody on. Pitch to him in there for a strike. Young 2 for 14 against Smith.
Pretty good.
No chance.
Yeah, 2-seamer right there. Now, one of the things when you face side armors like Smith and Darren O'Day, you got to try to elevate the ball. If that ball's down by the knees, that 2-seamer is going to sink down and out of the zone.
And then he got him to chase one away. Smith will get the strikeout. The Orioles are retired in order. It's the 11th inning, tied at 6. And here we are in the top of the 11th inning, and O'Day on the mound for his second inning of work.
Let's see who's left in the pen. Ryan Webb and Preston Guillemette, both righties in the Orioles bullpen. Darren O'Day eating up a couple innings here. These tough extra inning ball games really chewing up the depth of the bullpens, and now both teams probably going to be calling on the starters, trying to get a little deeper tomorrow.
Yep. TJ McFarland on bereavement starting today and must be out 3 days.
Right.
It's a requirement. If you go on that bereavement list, you have to be out for 3. So we go to the 11th inning. Here is NAVARRO, a single, 1 for 4 in the ball game, and the pitch taken for a strike. O'Day retiring the side in order in the 10th inning. Britton worked an inning, gave up 1 hit at a strikeout. Hunter, an inning and a third, 1 strikeout. Brian Mattis, no part of an inning, 1 hit on what was really a botched play in the infield. And Brock, a run on 2 hits over an inning and 2/3. The Orioles bullpen work tonight. Pitch will be taken up high. NAVARRO 1-1. Two teams battling for a division championship. The Orioles up 2.5 to start. The Angels a game and a half out behind Oakland. Ball put in the air to the gap. MARKAKIS over, and he's got it. That's why Nick plays there. Cuts those potential extra base hits off in the gap.
A great read by Nick MARKAKIS. You talked about how he opens himself up a little bit with some hitters to really try to fill up the gap. But he gets a great first step. He's off and running. Good anticipation. Really makes that play look easy. Gold Glove right fielder for the Orioles.
Oh, really hit hard. 1 down. Here's David Freese. He'll go that way. Nick will go over. 2 fly balls to right. Last 3 outs have been to Nick in right field on fly balls. 2 down, 11th inning. No, O'Day has retired 5 in a row. That'll bring up Iannetta. He's faced O'Day only once, 0 for 1. Came on, pinch hit, 9th inning, struck out. Called out. Chris Iannetta with 2 down. They're tied at 6 in the 11th. Well, the phone's got to be humming tonight in the trade rumor mill. John Lester has been scratched from tomorrow's start. Red Sox manager John Farrell announcing that. A rival GM has told WEEI.com the deal's going to be in place tonight or tomorrow, but with whom? The O's, the Mariners, Pittsburgh. They were 3 prominent names mentioned interested in Lester.
Wow.
1 ball, 1 strike.
I'm sure there's a lot of teams actually interested in Lester. I mean, not too many lefties come along like John Lester. Take a look at that foul ball catching the umpire. Catches him clean too.
Not long enough. You got to go 8 at 11 innings.
All right.
You got to get hit. As Lester's made some interesting statements, saying he wanted a 4 or 5 year deal at 23 or 24 million a year, and that he wouldn't mind going as a hired gun somewhere and come back to the Red Sox next year. I don't know what all that means.
I
don't know.
I know you probably shouldn't say too much.
Yeah.
In those situations.
1 ball, 1 strike. Iannetta. Did he go? Yes.
And a sweeping slider from Darren O'Day. We've seen so much of this. So hard for hitters to lay off of it.
Kerwin Danley with a call at first. And with 2 down, a 1 ball, 2 strike count on Iannetta. One, 2. Got him. No question about that pitch. So O'Day gets the strikeout, retires the side in order, has retired all 6 faced. Orioles bottom of the 11th inning. Can they do it? Hardy, Pierce, Flaherty. 9-1. Angels do have one unearned run that was scored in the second inning that's made a difference in the ball game. And the bullpens continue to be used. Another change.
Yeah, Corey Rasmus now in the ball game, 16 games, 2-0 record. See that 199 earned run average, 20 strikeouts, and the 6 base on balls on the year. A pretty good arm coming out of this Angels bullpen. Good fastball, low 90s, sometimes hits the mid 90s. Change up, slider, and a curve. So he's got the full arsenal. Primarily the fastball, change, and curve, though. Righties will see the slider a bit more frequently.
He started the season at AAA at Salt Lake. He was 2-1, 2 saves, pitching for AAA. It's Colby Rasmus's brother, the outfielder with Toronto. He last appeared a ball game against the Orioles. He hasn't pitched since the 22nd. He's had a full week of rest. He worked an inning and a third, had 3 strikeouts. So Rasmus comes on to face the Orioles in the 11th. J.J. Hardy, base hit RBI a long time ago in the first inning, 1 for 4 in the game. And Hardy will take the pitch for a strike. Good job by Smith. Joe Smith, 2 innings, 1 hit, and 1 strikeout. Zach Britton worked an inning, a hit, and a strikeout. O'Day's worked 2, retiring all 6. Here's the 0-1 to Hardy. Sped that one up a little bit, caught the outside corner, 0-2.
And a couple good fastballs there. Great location from Rasmus down and away on the outer third. Ryan Webb now getting loose in the Orioles bullpen.
Rasmus with a delivery hit off the end of the bat to second. Kendrick over to Pujols for the first out. Well, we said both these bullpens strong, and they have certainly displayed that here in game 1. We'll see how it affects the 2 other games to be played in this series, though.
Yeah, a lot of similarities, some good power arms coming out of the bullpen. Of course, Smith and O'Day very similar sidearm approach.
Steve Pearce will stand in. Pop out, walk, reached on an error, and struck out. Shift on infield against him. Pearce will take the breaking ball. It's in there for a strike. Facing Rasmus only once, and he is 1 for 1 against him. Oh, 1 delivery, breaking ball. Wow, big yacker right there. 0-2.
Yeah, so got the slider. Pearce is seeing, and then the big curveball. Kind of gets to the top and buckles Steve Pearce a little bit and drops down into the zone.
So Pearce with 2 strikes. Comes back over the Orioles dugout and out of play. Rasmus appeared in 2 games series in Anaheim. He worked 3 1/3, gave up just 1 hit, and he had 5 strikeouts against the Orioles in those games in Anaheim. 0-2 count, 1 down. Fortunately for both teams, they had a day off yesterday. Bullpens got the extra day's rest. 0-2 pitch. Wow. Off speed breaking ball.
Yeah, a couple good ones to Steve Pearce. First one buckles one, but Pearce hangs in on this one. But nice late finish. Get Steve Pearce for strike 3. A little bit out in front. Finish underneath the bat hit.
So Ryan Flaherty with 2 down and nobody on. Flaherty's had an 0 for 4 in the ball game. Has scored a 1 when he reached on the fielder's choice in the 4th inning. Pitch off the plate, scooped up. Last run came in the 7th inning. RBI base hit by Hamilton that tied the game up. After Trout had been hit by a pitch with 2 down, he would come around to score. And no scoring since then after a very offensive beginning to this ball game. Rasmus, the 1-0. That's up high to him. Orioles trying to improve their mark against right-handed starters. The Orioles have won 43 games against right-handed starters, second only to Oakland in wins against righties. Here's the 2-0 delivery. Flaherty takes it. That had a wrinkle. It's in there for a strike. 2-1.
Ryan Flaherty's still sees a pretty steady dose of off-speed pitches. Mixes up changeups, sliders. The book is definitely out, but he can get onto a fastball.
The 2-1 off-speed delivery will miss. So a 3-ball, 1-strike count with 2 down. And Hundley waiting on deck.
Ryan Flaherty's got to sell out on a fastball right here. Trying to catch that one out in front. Got a couple to work with.
Rasmus, the high set, and walked him. Weaver walked 4 in the 5 innings he worked. That's the first walk that's come from a member of the bullpen. See what the Orioles can do with it. There are 2 down here in the 11th inning. Nick Hundley, 2 walks, 2 runs scored. His first 2 at bats, then grounded out twice. 0 for 2 officially. 0 for his last 19. Boy, what a time for him to find an extra base hit in that bat. 2 away here. Flaherty can take off on contact.
He's got the nice hole over there on the right side. Hundley kind of a pull hitter, though, as Ibar slides over in that 5-6 hole. Second baseman slides more up the middle.
Boy, you talk about playing doubles deep in the outfield. Look how deep they are.
Yeah, way back.
Way back.
Almost on the warning track.
All the way around. That's the deepest I've seen a right fielder play here at Camden Yards. Calhoun out there is almost on the warning track. 0-1 the count. Freeze guards the line at third, so all those things you do and buy the book.
Yeah.
In late inning games or extra inning games going on here.
Rasmus not the best controlling the running game, and he tries to do it by constantly picking over, changing his holds, because he is very, very slow to the plate. He has to do something to offset.
That's going to be a base hit. Turn will be made. That center fielder was so deep, Flaherty can go to third. By the time Trout was able to get in, the ball had almost stopped rolling. And the Orioles get runners at first and third with 2 down. Hundley gets a key hit here in the 11th inning.
Well, nice piece of hitting by Nick Hundley to break himself out of that little slump, but a good job of base running by Ryan Flaherty, recognizing that the outfield is playing so deep, doesn't break stride one bit, walks into third base, puts some pressure on the Angels. Discussion from Ionetta and Rasmus figuring out how they're going to try to solve Markakis.
Nick has faced him a couple of times. 0 for 2. They're going to come out and talk about it.
Certainly don't want to throw this pitch. Fastball in the inner third. Markakis gets on Weaver with a 3-run shot earlier in the ball game. He's picked up another multi-hit game here, so they've got to come up with a good game plan. They also have to understand what they're going to do in this first and third situation. Granted, Hundley doesn't have a lot of speed, but And we haven't seen a lot of tricks from manager Buck Showalter, but you never know.
Markakis 0 for 2 against Rasmus, so he has seen him. Nick with that big 292 number, runners in scoring position. Orioles 2 for 5 in these situations tonight. There's the run that matters. Nick Markakis, chance to put a game winner up. 2 down. Outside, Iannetta, good move to stop that one.
Yeah, really nice block there, and that's one of the benefits of getting Ryan Flaherty over to third base. Possibly limit these breaking balls in the dirt. Iannetta, good job sliding over and keeping that glove down.
63 game-winning RBIs for Nick Markakis. Add another to his career numbers. 1-0 delivery. That one's going to miss. 2-0. Machado, of course, is on deck. Calhoun and right is very deep against Markakis in this situation, playing in that power alley. He's way out there.
Yeah, he is.
A lot of room for Markakis. 2-0 delivery on the way, and that'll be in there for a strike. 2-1.
I think he's more trying to fill up that right center gap and take away the hit that could potentially drop in front of him. I do agree with you. A little bit too deep, possibly, in this situation.
Potential winning run. Flaherty at third base through the walk. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Rasmus delivers. Markakis down to first. Pujols has got it, and the inning is over. So Rasmus gets it done. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. 2 are left on base. We go to the 12th. To the top of the 12th, each team same in runs and hits, and Ryan Webb.
Yeah, Ryan Webb in the ball game after Darren O'Day. A couple very strong innings. 3.76 earned run average, 33 punch outs, 9 walks on the year for Ryan Webb. A rough road trip, gave up a few earned runs, but has been very solid for the Orioles. Had a great couple months, May and June.
Orioles have used 6 relievers in the ball game. Webb is the 6th. Appeared against the Angels on the 23rd and worked just a third of an inning. So he's not had a lot of work recently.
Well, should be fresh and back on track, and better have good stuff as he faces the top of this Angels lineup. Preston Gilmet. And the only arm left out in that bullpen.
A coach, a pitcher, and the bullpen catcher.
Yeah.
Top of the order will be Calhoun leading it off. RBI second inning with a single. 1 for 5 in the ball game. Top of the 12th. Last 7 Angels have been retired, 6 of those by Darren O'Day. And the pitch is in there for a strike. The Webb working here in the 12th as after putting up all those crooked numbers from the 8th inning on, all zeros. 0-1 delivery, scooped up at the plate.
The beauty of the game, how quickly it can change. Seemed like it was going to be one of these 11-10 ball games. The offenses kind of went quiet.
2 starters who you figured would probably have pretty good starts.
Yeah.
Didn't. 1-1 delivery on the way. Big cut. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Calhoun. Trout and then Pujols due up in the inning.
Webb, the good 2-seam fastball. You get up in there in the low 90s, but a good changeup right there. Also features the nice slider. There's the back door buried down and in.
Miss a little bit. 2 ball, 2 strike count. Key in any inning, but especially in extra innings. You keep the leadoff man on off base. Leadoff man gets on, everything changes. You're only trying to score a run, so you can sacrifice, move people around. You just get to try and do things if you can get the leadoff man on. 2 ball, 2 strike delivery on the way to Calhoun, and he fouls it off.
Webb, a nasty changeup right there. Take a look at the bullpen tonight. Brad Brock, an inning and 2/3, just the 1 hit, 1 run given up. Brian Mattis came in, didn't record an inning pitch. That 1 hit that led to the run scored. Tommy Hunter, an inning and 1/3. Nothing on the board for him. Britton, a nice job. Darren O'Day eating up a couple innings as well. A lot of arms used out of the Orioles bullpen.
Two ball, 2 strike count to Calhoun. And he chases. So Webb will get the strikeout to start his work out of the bullpen. 1 away here in the 12th.
Good live fastball here. Good velocity, but look how it works itself off the outside corner. The 2-seamer running away. He's just trying to protect, but can't quite get to it.
So 1 away. Trout, base hit his last time up, takes it outside for a ball. Hit by a pitch, scored in the 7th. Drew a walk, scored in the 1st. And officially a 1 for 3 at the plate tonight. 4-game hit streak going for him. Webb with a 1-0 delivery to him. Check swing, foul ball. Tried to pull the bat back, couldn't do it. And a 1 ball, 1 strike count.
You could tell he's a little bit in between. I think sometimes when you get a pitcher like a Darren O'Day or Ryan Webb, where their ball kind of splits when it gets 3/4 away, it either sinks or it slides off the plate. Trout thinking that one possibly going to be the slider, but couldn't quite hold up. Almost put it in play.
High in the air, coming back towards Markakis, and he'll put it away. Trout retired, 2 down in the 12th. The danger zone where you hold your breath with this lineup. Pujols coming up, double, single, a couple of hits and 5 at bats. 2 down, nobody on. Orioles move that infield around against him. Pujols 0 for 3 against Webb. Breaking balls there for a strike.
Good one too. Good quality slider to get ahead.
Webb with the 0-1 delivery to him. That one will skip all the way back. Well, the American League East teams have worked their days. Toronto's won 4 in a row now with their victory tonight. Yankees still playing Texas. They've got a slugfest going 10-7, 10-8 now. New York on top by 2. Tampa Bay's won their ball game.
Well, Tampa Bay has caught fire, haven't they?
Ooh, wow. That took Webb down on his knees. Base hit by Pujols into center, but it's only a single.
Well, this is a chuck and duck here. Bullet right back through the middle. Pujols gets the head to it quickly.
Scary, isn't it?
Man, man, does that come back quick.
So Josh Hamilton will stand in. Hamilton, a 3 RBI ball game, 1 on a ground ball, 1 on his 6th home run, and 1 on a base hit. Officially a 2 for 5, and now up to 290. And the shift the other way. Flaherty going out into shallow right field against Josh Hamilton. And Hamilton will take the pitch for a ball. Closer, Houston Street. They only want to bring him in if they've got the lead. One-0 count, 2 down. Pujols off first base. Hamilton fouls it off the plate. Hamilton had that career day here in May 8 in 2012. 5 for 5, double, 4 home runs, 8 RBIs. He had 18 total bases. Only the 3rd major league player ever to do that, to have 18 total bases in one game. Joe Adcock had done it, and the Dodgers' Sean Green had done it. Adcock, a great first baseman. That one towards the gap, hit hard, and that's going to fall in. Take a bounce off the wall. Pujols is not fast. They got to hold him up. Play will come in. He's just getting over to third base. So despite the big double, they do not get a run off it. 2nd and 3rd, 2 down.
Well, one of the unfortunate things about Albert Pujols is the fact that he can't run so well. Hamilton gets on the fastball, stays on the 2-seamer as it works to the outer third. And Pujols, he's giving it all he's got. It's really not a lot. He turns and looks and hoping for the ball to kind of get away, give himself an extra chance. But hey, he's at third base now, so they threaten with a runner at third and 2 outs.
So a 3-hit game for Hamilton. Ibar's looking for his first hit. He is 0 for 5. 2 on, 2 down. Ibar will take the pitch inside for a ball. Pujols and Hamilton. But the out that matters is at the plate. 1-0 delivery. Look out. Into the seats. Talked about the great day Hamilton had here. How about the night Aaron Seavey has had in that New York Texas game? He's 4 for 4 with 7 RBIs, 2 doubles, 2 home runs, one of them a grand slam.
Wow.
It's not a bad night.
Oh, that's a real good night.
JP Aaron Seavey.
And he'd been having some struggles offensively.
Yes.
Seems to have found a stroke, at least in this game. Or that game.
10-7 Yankees. 7th inning. Webb trying to keep this game knotted at 6 here in the 12th inning. Ibar showed bunt. Oh, and that ball almost skipped away. Hundley able to block it.
Yeah, nice block here. Slides down, gets that glove in a good position. Able to keep it in front.
Webb has not thrown a wild pitch this year. Obviously, Ibar, and he's done this before in the game, squares around with 2 down. He's thinking about bunting for a base hit. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Pujols and Hamilton get their leads. Ibar to first. Pierce has got it into the inning. No runs, 2 hits, no errors. 2 left, both in scoring position. Bottom of the 12th coming up. The ball game tied at 6-6. Rasmus came on at a strikeout and a walk. Gave up a base hit. The Orioles are going to try and put this away again. Trying to get one. Manny Machado will be leading it off. Bottom half of the 12th inning, game tied at 6. Machado on a check swing and a strike called. Home plate umpire Gary Cederstrom did not need any help on that one. Manny's double came in the 2nd inning. 0-1 delivery on the way, and that will miss outside, and a 1 ball 1 strike count from Rasmus. '26-year-old right-hander. Delivers 1-1, and breaking ball is in there for a strike.
Well, he's really thrown some good breaking balls. That's the good slider and then the curve to go along with it. He's not afraid to throw either of them.
He's pitched 2 1/3 innings, his high for the year, and that was last Friday. In the air, left field, Manny Machado way back, and goodbye! Walk-off home run for the Orioles. Bottom of the 12th inning. Machado puts it away. Home run number 11. Orioles win 7-6.
Maybe one too many breaking balls. Manny Machado getting a hold of the curve there.
7-6 victory, a walk-off home run. Machado, our Lexus of Towson drive of the game.
Yeah, getting on the curve once again. Big curve ball. Manny catching it out front. A game-winning blast, and he knew it off the bat. And so did the crowd.
Our drive of the game brought to you by Lexus of Towson, the area's #1 Lexus dealer. Come see why at LexusofTowson.com. They've done it again. Their 20th one-run win. They are now 20-16 in one-run games. They are 12-3 in extra inning games, 6-0 in the month of July in extra inning ball games.
Yeah, pretty impressive, right? I mean, this team knows how to do it. And once again, you got to credit the Orioles bullpen. I mean, both bullpens very tough for both sides, but the Orioles are able to maintain and come through with the big hit. Once again, the timely hit.
And Lawrence Kovacs, our Maryland lottery contestant, gets $500 more thanks to Manny Machado. Manny, congratulations. How does that feel? Because that is your first career walk-off, yes?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's amazing. First one, got a good pitch to hit, and we got the win, so that's a big thing.
Are you going up there in that situation? Were you thinking about the breaking ball? Was he settling in too much with it?
I mean, the inning before, he was throwing a lot of them, so I knew he was going to come back and try to do the same thing. So, just up there with 2 strikes, trying to make some contact, and he just hung one.
Do you now with Rasmus on there, and you haven't seen much of him, if any at all? Do you talk with the guys who've already been to the plate about what he's throwing, what it looks like?
Yeah, you try to talk to the guys, but the biggest thing is just looking at him during the next inning.
It's the last question we get to ask you always.
Tasty.
What flavor?
It's good. Chocolate.
Chocolate.
Can't hear you guys. You guys lost you guys.
All right. Are you a chocolate fan?
Please.
All right. He is now. Manny Machado, chocolate pie and all, and a game-winning home run. So the Orioles put it away, and we'll be back here tomorrow, which is almost right now. Game 2, Kevin Gausman takes the mound against Garrett Richards. Our coverage on MASN 6:30 O's Extra, presented by Geico, followed by game coverage at 7. This has been a MASN presentation. It is a happy recap, even though it took a while to get there. Jim and Rick O's Extra, presented by PNC, is coming up right now. The Orioles win it in the 12th on the Machado home run. 7-6 the final. For Mike Bordick and all of our crew here at Camden Yards, I'm Gary Thorne. Adieu, adieu.